This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ.
Don't rent me through the cash app, please. Super chat, get the books, hit the website, react. Don't rent me through the cash app, please. Super chat, get the books, hit the website, react. Don't rent me through the cash app, please. ENB, we all we got. Dickory, dock. Toxins are run up your clock. Tell the clock try to stop. Now you wanna detox. Dickory, dock. First turn the sickly to rock. Reproduce, have a flock. Get chicken, savage cock. Punch the clock, get the worm on the block. What's the time? Break me through the cash app, please. Super chat, get the books, hit the website, react. Don't break me through the cash app, please. Super chat, get the books, hit the website, react. Don't break me through the cash app, please. ENB, we all we got. Sticks and stones broke my phone. I'm checking bricks like a clone. Algorithms in my zone. Church bells ring, I'm alone. Dark night strings in the air. Violin weeps, she don't care. Soul sample these ways. Trap beats, thumbs and a prayer. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Fire in Christ, it pursues. Yeah, be back breath, it consumes. Yeah, night so cold, it renews. Yeah. I'm tryna land my plane. Turn the fam on the game, they pocket watching and I'm broke, it's a shame. My bill, school's out of pocket, get degrees, tuition free. So what you need?
The actual title that you put on the flyer and that we marketed to the people.
The reason I put it on the flyer, EnQi, because you didn't want me to put Christ. But Jabari asked you specifically, are we talking about Jesus Christ? And you said yes. On the conversation, brother.
Is Saneter lying, EnQi?
Somebody told me.
Wait, is Saneter lying, EnQi?
Wait a minute.
EnQi, is Saneter lying?
Hold on. Because I think you flexing with a secret snake phone call recording that you.
No, I didn't even hear the phone call. Listen.
Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoots, the more dirt they throw, the deeper my roots. Dirt on my name, dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. I see the scheme, fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, green man Osiris. Surfing drip, standing waves on guard. Electromagnetic shimmer through the facade. Quantum loop, spirals tighter than braids. Real edges move, hidden truths in the haze. Ooh, see a vision, my soul stays tuned. Planet in the dark, but I still bloom. Dirt on my skin, they tryna write my doom. But I'm a rose in a tomb. Petals perfume. Bury me deep, I'll still sprout. The weight on my back, it evens me out. Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoes, the more dirt they throw, the deeper my roots. Dirt on my name, dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. I see the scheme, fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, green man Osiris. Heavy 808s, my heart beat nice. Strings hum, sorrow, my shadow walks. Nighttime whisper secrets build on the block. Church bells echo prayers mixed with the clock. Pyramids in my mind, angles too sharp. Mirror my reflection, every crack is all. Haters planting seeds, think they'll stun my stock. But I'm fertilizer fed, grew strong in the dark. Roots go deeper than your shovel can dig. Branches stretch higher than your solid reach. From dirt to divinity, cycles are big. Every fall's a new rise as a sacred deed.
The year is 2050. After decades of work, America has now arrived at net zero carbon emissions. Where does the power come from? Abundant wind and solar energy. How do we get around? On highways filled with electric cars. When most people think of a zero carbon future, this is what they're envisioning. It's also the scenario.
This is literally like 20.
Listen, my apologies, everybody. YouTube is trolling. I'm just trying to get my stuff set up. We're not listening to music all night. We're getting ready to go in. We're going to bring people on the stage. I'm dropping the link. Yeah, we're going to have us a conversation. We got a lot to discuss. We got a lot to discuss. Give me a second, though, because I just got so many things going on in my house. I have so much going on in my house, but listen. We have to deal with a few things. Yo, this is the craziest debate of all time. And the bad part is I beat Jabari so bad. Listen, I beat Jabari so bad in this debate that I don't mind whatever people like. So I'm gonna put the debate up. When he put the debate up, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. I'm talking Texas Chainsaw Massacre, blood all over the walls. That's how bad it is. That Sa went on the record tonight and said he is willing to change. He's going to put the debate up and change the flyer, change the name of the debate. Yo, I never heard of nothing like that in my life. I never heard of nothing like that in my life.
So let's be clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical source.
So let's be clear.
Hold on, listen. We have a book. Listen to what I'm saying to y'all. I want y'all to be very clear. We have a book in Barnes and Nobles right now on the debate. My material in the debate is published. Hold on, let me get this other light. I got to tell y'all this. And I'm going to bring my man Harwin on the stage. I'm going to bring a few people on the stage, but I'm definitely bringing Harwin on the stage. Harwin, give me a second, brother. I see you out there with your page. What page is that? Abu Mikhail. I see you. I'm bringing you in. Listen, I want y'all to understand something because the massacre was so bad. I want y'all to understand something. I did Jabari so bad in this debate Like they don't even know what hit them. You don't understand what I'm saying? Like you get hit by, you don't even know what hit you. My whole debate is formatted as a scientific article. I want y'all to understand how a scientific article, you have a title, then you have the abstract, then you have the introduction, then you have the body, the all the way to the conclusion. We're going to go through it tonight. I'm going to show y'all minds. Sai said if I put the actual debate online, he's going to strike my page, but he can't stop me from showing my presentation. I'm going to show y'all minds. Y'all are going to see minds is formatted as title, abstract, introduction, like discussion, conclusion, like my debate. They didn't even know what hit them. And I have to say them at this point because it clearly looks like that is a tag team somehow. That is crazy. But this is the book. It's in Barnes and Nobles. You can easily go get this book. It's in Barnes and Nobles. Go get the book. Drop my book. But hold on, I'll be back. Let me finish getting this set up.
He was like,
remember I said this.
so let's be clear, he was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Bitches move in silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this pool's full. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101. Ooh, but I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder? How to get away with murder? There's a murder one. There's a murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie plot, a twist so sharp it ties the knot. A body bag in a body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence, don't blame me, just believe us. This was murder one. This was murder one. Yeah. How to get away with murder? This was murder one. The flyer was a contract on Jabari. The flyer fly was a contract. Contract on Jabari head. The fly was a contract. The contract on Jabari head. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped a science a tone related to Ray hieroglyph and the Shabaka stone. By the third, Jabari was a gunner. Punch drunk, walking into the wrong corner. He started teaching EnQi, let Jabari fold it under pressure. Jabari tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in infancy. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The nature appealing this, you feeling this? Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead. You can't win on a technicality. You ran into Mickey and Mallory. Jabari was dead on arrival. The intro was viral. You are one in a million. True 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. This was murder one. Natchez move in silence, they don't make a sound. No. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp? Are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head. This pool's full. You are one in a million. A true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. This was murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie. Twist so sharp, it ties a knot, a body bag in a body bag. Stacked inside the crime tag, the thesis we was debating. Christ not debating, Jesus, the science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. Christ a literal character, I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character, we had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight, tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped the science a tone related to it, Ray hieroglyph. Pottery tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in a risk. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The natural appeal in this. You feeling this? Woo! Jabari dead, Jabari dead.
Remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, the source of the sources, the source of the sources, the source of the sources. Now, why are they playing dumb? Why they playing dumb? Hey. Why they playing dumb? How long have we been listening to people on the HOK say that the source of the sources, the source of the religious information is Kemet? So why is it that when I say we're going to deal with the source of sources, everybody pretend like they don't know what I'm talking about? Oh, EnQi, you tricked Jabari. You misled Jabari. Huh? I said I was going to deal with the source of the sources. And I said, remember I said this because I already knew what was going to happen. I knew it was going to get crazy. Listen, I knew it was going to get crazy. I love it. This is the best thing that could have happened to the conscious community's holiday season. Hey, this is the best thing that could have happened to the conscious community's holiday season, because there's no movies coming out. The box office is dead. Think about that. Back in the days when I was young, the movie theater would always be popping around Thanksgiving and Christmas. Movies was dropping. Back when I was younger, if you was a new artist, you had January to September to do your thing. October, November, December, like those was big artists only dropping. We don't got no music, no movies, no nothing. And I'm not even just talking about for conscious, whatever. I'm talking about in the matrix, the consciousness, whatever, the world, the society. Entertainment is dead. So what? I gotta, let me put it on my back. Let me throw that on my shoulder real quick. I got this. Don't worry. I'll provide the education and the entertainment for everybody. Drinks on the house. And what we see tonight on Side Channel is the most craziest. We've never seen nothing that crazy before. Sa said he's going to put the video out and change the title. What? What? Yo, how you gonna do what? You gonna put the video out and change the title so it looks like Jabari can win? How you gonna do that? Now, how you gonna do that unless you erase the weigh-ins? Because we're gonna pull up the weigh-in. We're gonna pull up the weigh-in. We're gonna pull up the weigh-in. The weigh-in said Christ on the, like, what are we doing? I'm telling you, this is bad. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm getting ready to bring Harwin up for drop the link and all that. And I guess more people might want to come up and add on. So we'll probably be here all night discussing this. We'll have some fun. But because I got points to hit. And me and Sal supposed to go live at 5 o'clock. And then all of a sudden, so we could discuss it. And then all of a sudden, I get put on, the video comes on late, 5:30. And then all of a sudden, he got Jabari on there, and we don't have no time to discuss nothing. We just got to go along with whatever. And he got a pre-made video featuring his material with Floyd Mayweather on it, talking about he didn't have a pre-made decision. Bruh. Everything we saw tonight was crazy. But I'm going to tell you what the problem is. And it's a simple thing that Saneter is letting turn from a mole to a mountain, a molehill to a mountain, or a mountain to a molehill, something to that effect. You know, a little thing to a big thing. Jabari did not take the debate serious. This is what really happened. I'm telling y'all the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Jabari didn't take this debate serious. Jabari for the last 10 years has been doing "Is Jesus a real person?" debates. This is the facts. You could go through, type his name in YouTube. You could pull this up, verify this. He's been doing "Is Jesus real?" debates for the longest. So what Jabari thought he was going to be able to do is debate me and use his old slides from all his other debates and not actually have to do any preparation or put in any work for this debate. So when he shows up to a Christ debate with Jesus slides, he literally bring a knife to a gunfight. Literally bring a knife to a gunfight. He wasn't prepared for any part of the debate. In fact, when Sal put the video up, you're going to see halfway through the second round, he taps out. When I tell you tap out, I'm talking about he quit. He said, "I give up." EnQi, he literally said in the middle of his second round, EnQi is right on his, EnQi's slides are correct. EnQi's information is right. He said EnQi's right at least 5 or 10 times. in the middle of his round. And then for the rest of his debate, after he said I was right, he started talking about the Shabaka stone and all these things that's in my presentation. Literally, you seen fights where the boxer be so beat up, they ring the bell and then the boxer start walking to the wrong corner. Bruh, this is crazy. That Jabari went out bad. And I don't know what it is. I feel like maybe Sa want to preserve Jabari because he does have a debate platform and Jabari is a credentialed college professor. So having a credentialed college professor may bring some prestige or make it look good or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why he protects Jabari the way he does. But it was on full display tonight. Like, that was crazy. I mean, crazy. And the people that saw the debate and saw what happened tonight, they was in the chat going crazy. Oh. They was in the chat going crazy. I'm talking about it was wild. So we have a lot to discuss. We got to discuss a few things. If you're watching this video and you're on Twitter, definitely repost from Twitter. Definitely repost from Twitter. I dropped the link. I believe so. I believe that plays a role into it. Jabari makes the debate forum look good. So he got to like preserve, you know what I'm saying? It really is kind of like a LeBron Jordan thing. It really is kind of like a LeBron Jordan thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really is like Jordan is so intertwined into the finances of the NBA. They got to keep propping him up. Trying to avoid the bias marks, but size false advertising, and I don't think he knows it. Bro, I don't know what. Listen, Sai's listening to Jabari. I can't even talk to Sai. I can't even talk to Sai. He's whatever Jabari is telling him is in his ear. I don't know what Sai's under. I don't understand what Sai's. Even on the live stream tonight, I said this to Saneter. I said, bro, are you saying that in the private phone call, I outsmarted Jabari and tricked him into accepting a Christ debate? So he thought we was going to talk about Jesus, but he accepted. I said, bro, I asked Sa. I said, Sa, let me ask you. This is on the phone call after the live stream. I called Sa. I asked him. I said, Sa, let me ask you a question. I said, do people sign bad contracts every day? He said, yeah, of course. I said, but when people sign those bad contracts, do they still have to live up to what they signed on to in the contract? He said, yeah, of course. I said, okay. So whatever Jabari's talking about with this phone call or whatever y'all trying to make people believe, none of that really matters. Because at the end of the day, he agreed to debate, is Christ a literal and historical character? And he agreed to, is Christ the word? Now, let me show y'all something that Saneter kept cutting me off, kept cutting my video off. This is what I had that I wanted to show on the share screen. Is this it right here? This is what I wanted to show that Sa wasn't letting me show. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. This is what he did not want to let me show. Is this it? Okay, look. This is what he didn't want to let me show. Wait, look. You asked me my position. My position is that Christ is a literal and historical character. That is my position. And I'm going to hold that position And I don't think that that position needs to be re-enunciated since we already have a debate on the line for that position. Jabari is saying that Christ is not a literal and or historical character. And what I'm saying is that Jabari is going to look foolish with all this.
You know, everybody know that Christ is just the title, right? You know, everybody know that Christ is just the title, right?
So wait, so I got cut. That's not even my question.
Know that you know, everybody know that Christ is just the title, right? You know, everybody know that Christ is just the title, right? That Christ is just the title, right?
Is going to look foolish with all this.
You know, everybody know that Christ is just the title, right? You know, everybody know that Christ is just the title, right?
Bro. Yo, so Jabari saying, I got this recording with EnQi saying that everybody knows what we're going to be debating. Yes, because as far as I'm concerned, everybody does know that Christ is a title. Saneter admitted it tonight on his live stream, and he admitted it, like I just showed y'all, in the weigh-in. When I'm telling people what the debate is about, my position is that Christ is a literal historical character, and Jabari's position is that Christ is not a literal historical character. Saneter interrupts and says, yeah, but Christ is just a title, right? You know everybody knows that, right, EnQi? I'm like, yeah. So how is it all of a sudden when from the weigh-in, we made it clear, from the weigh-in, we made it clear, now I tricked Jabari. And when I'm showing the clips, right? Check this out. When I'm showing the clips, I'm like, yeah, but you're just cutting up clips. Jabari kept playing this clip over and over of me saying, of course, we're going to be debating Christ from the Bible. Of course, we're going to be debating Christ from the Bible. So when Jabari play a clip, it's evidence. When I play a clip, it's just a clip that we got to listen. This was the most craziest landslide victory washing murder ever. This was a murder. I'm telling y'all, this was a murder. Jabari brought a knife to a gunfight and got his head popped. This is going to be the most popular video on Saneter's page. When Saneter dropped the debate, it's going to be the biggest video he puts on his page in 2025. He'll get the most views on this than any other video he has. It's remarkable. Because listen, that's why I said all Sa got to do is drop the video. They just creating that. Jabari's creating narratives, and I don't know why Sa's trying to protect the narratives, but it's wild. It is wild. I can show right now. I can show you right now a variety of them. First of all, let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. They never even seen no presentation presented like this before. Right? So my whole thing is put together. My presentation is put together as an actual scientific article. When you have a scientific article, you have a title, right? You have an abstract, right? This is literally my debate. I'm showing y'all the debate. Well, not the debate. I'm showing y'all my material that I presented, right? You have an introduction, right? They never even seen nothing put together like this. Then you have your discussion, right? And then you have your conclusion, right? They never seen nothing like put together like this well before, right? They never seen that. They never seen that. This is something that they never even witnessed before. Nah, he ain't gonna be able to do that. I don't think Sai will be able to do that. Sai's gonna have to drop the video and let the video go. If he do any sort of manipulating to the video, it's gonna look crazy. It's gonna look crazy. And you see how crazy he got when I said I'll drop the video on my channel? How he even know I got the video? See, I just used that for example tonight. Because when Jabari say he made a recording, listen to the logic. When Jabari say he made a recording, Jabari making the recording is okay. If I say I made a recording, I made a recording too. We making recordings out here in these streets. What's the problem? If we making recordings out here in these streets, I mean, what's happening? Bruh. They was in, listen, because Sai knows that Jabari, listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain this. Listen to what I'm telling you. Jabari came with 3 rounds about Jesus. His rounds was so bad that he had to clip up a clip. Listen to what he won the debate on, or that they're saying he won the debate on. A clip from the weigh-in where Sa asks me, are we debating Christ from the Bible? And I say, yes, we're debating Christ from the Bible. He played that like 100 times because he didn't have no material. He didn't have no material. Like, he didn't have no material. It's bad. Anybody that watched that debate will tell you that wasn't a close debate. It wasn't arguable. It was bad. Like, it was crazy. Like, people was bored watching Jabari rounds, trying to count down the time till I start talking again. It was like that. Bro, and listen, in my slides, I have Aaron, I have his sons, I have David and the Kings. All that's in my slides. 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 So they're like, yo, EnQi wasn't talking about. I'm like, huh? All that's in my slides. So any of these conversations that they have in these narratives, when the debate drop, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Listen to what I'm telling you. This is when the debate drop, it's gonna literally be how to get away with murder. There was a murder out there. That was a murder scene. That was a murder scene out there. Listen to what I'm telling you. That was a murder scene. Listen, that was a murder scene.
So let's be clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Legends move in silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this push for. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101.
Bro, listen to, hold up. Stop the music, stop everything. Listen to what I'm telling you. See, this is what I'm saying. You can fool some of the people, but you can't, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. The clip that, let me play that clip. Let's play this clip, because this is Jabari's clip where he tricked somehow. Listen, this is what I'm saying. He pulled some Blavatsky magic on everybody. Listen, this was pure Blavatsky magic. Somehow he got people to believe that this clip is me admitting to saying that we are debating Jesus. Listen to this here. Let's listen to the clip, because I got the clip. I got the clip. Where's the clip at? Where's the clip at, Jabari?
Later.
People about the biblical tradition. Because we don't want this to go
To me, if
because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
of course.
That's the clip that Jabari is saying proves that the debate is about Jesus. That clip is the clip that Jabari is saying proves that this is a debate about Jesus. A clip of Saneter asking me, are we talking about Christ from the Bible? And I say, of course. Because there's Jesus Christ. We have Aaron and his sons who were anointed. The anointing went to the kings. Saul was anointed. David was anointed. And then before them, the anointing process came from Kemet. So I told him I will be dealing with the source of sources. So of course, we're going to deal with the Bible. Yeah. And then we're going to go to the source of the sources, where this anointing process came from. All of that I did. Listen, we're going over everything. Don't rush. Relax. Get your snack. We going in over everything. We're going to go over everything. So yeah, this is a time for you to go get you a snack, right? That's why we have, we have a whole new playlist of music just for the debate. Yeah, we have a whole new playlist of music just for the debate. Yeah, just for the debate. So make sure y'all go after this video to the playlist. All this music is strictly from the debate. Yeah, this debate has a book and a soundtrack. The debate has a book and a soundtrack. I want y'all to understand that. The debate has a book and a soundtrack. I want y'all to understand that.
So let's be clear, he was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Bitches move in silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this pool's full. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101. Ooh, but I'm different. I'm a one of none. It's a movie plot, a twist so sharp it ties the night. A body bag in the body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. This was murder one. This was murder one. Yeah. How they get away with murder, murder, murder? This was murder one. The flyer was a contract. The contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. The contract on Jabari. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. This a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body. First round, EnQi dropped the science of tone. Related to Ray hieroglyph and the Shabaka stone. By the third, Jabari was a gunner. Punch drunk, walking into the wrong corner. He started teaching EnQi, let Jabari fold it under pressure. Jabari tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in infancy. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The nature we're peeling this, you feeling this? Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead. You can't win on a technicality. You ran into Mickey and Mallory. Jabari was dead on arrival. The intro was viral. You are one in a million. True 101, but I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. This was murder one. Not just moving silence, they don't make a sound. No. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp? Are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head. This pool's full. You are one in a million. A true 101, but I'm different. I'm a one of none. This was murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie. A twist so sharp, it ties a knot, ties a knot. A body bag in a body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body. First round, EnQi dropped the science of tone. Related to it, Ray hieroglyph. Pottery tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in a risk. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing way.
Yo.
MC Thought, don't tweet. It will die quick though.
Oh, you on mute. Yeah.
What is on half already?
How they get away with
But it is moving slow.
Yo, family. I guess maybe I should just start asking some questions. Paul, let me ask you a question. Did you see the debate, brother?
Oh yeah. I saw the debate, the whole thing. Yeah. You saw me going back and forth too.
Harwin, did you see the debate?
Let me mute my. Yeah, I seen the debate. I was in the chat.
Okay, so let me ask both of y'all a question. Paul, at the end of the debate, was there supposed to be a poll so people could vote on who won the debate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so was there a poll?
No, sir.
Harwin, you saw the debate, brother. Did you bear witness that Saneter did announce that there would be a poll where people could vote on the debate?
There was supposed to be a poll for the people that paid for the debate, those who was in the Zoom. Then Nepal came on at the end saying that they email it. Never got an email. So in the video that y'all just did on his side page, I was in the chat like y'all thought we could vote on it. Nobody ever said nothing. So
it was supposed to be a vote, but there was no vote. Now let me just get y'all to weigh in. I just want to add. Let me ask y'all this other question. When the panel was opened up, was there anybody in the panel that was trying to get onto the panel that couldn't get onto the panel? Oh, you was in the panel trying to get in, Paul?
Yeah, and it kept knocking me out saying it was full. So it was
now
bad.
I got at least 10 to 20 different people that hit me up and said the same exact thing. Now you know what's a coincidence? What's a coincidence is that Saneter has a few people that are like EnQi. They're like EnQi haters. Like no matter what happens, no matter what I say, they don't like. We just got history.
Yeah.
It is amazing how all those people managed to get onto the panel. It's coincidence that all those people managed to get onto the panel.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at this. I said that too. Man, that same thing happened to me. Yo, that was crazy. What went on? Like, how is that so many people's experience? But guess what? Jabari's co-workers managed to get onto the panel.
Yeah.
Jabari's co-workers managed to get on the panel and look drunk. Like, oh, well, hold on. I was perfecting these alcohol. I was perfecting
the old-fashioned.
Yeah, I was working on getting drunk.
Yeah, some dude named James.
The dude that misquoted me?
The dude that misquoted you. Before he misquoted you.
That's Jabari Mans?
That's Jabari's co-worker. Bro, listen, that's Jabari's co-worker, and he said he was working on getting drunk all week.
Yo, and Sal didn't even ask him if he saw the debate. He started off saying that I barely saw, all the rounds and stuff like that, but Jabari won in a landslide. How's Jabari winning in a landslide and he barely saw all the rounds?
Yo, he came in and look, Sal said, yo, we can't let these people up here that didn't see the debate.
Yeah.
And immediately lets Jabari's co-workers up with a seat. I said, this is crazy.
That's got to be organized. Yeah, ain't no way.
That was nasty work right there. I mean, it's so many different angles that we need to work from on this debate. Like to just lay it out. And listen, we're going to be up here. We're going to be here for a minute. We're going to make sure that we have a conversation, that nobody is rushing us through the, like,
yeah, man.
Because listen, Stay with me. Stay with me. I'm stealing the Holy Ghost line. Stay with me. Stay with me. Since when is source material off topic?
Yeah.
Listen, Saneter did some things that was so crazy. And when the debate come out, right?
Since
when the debate come out, listen, this is what you're going to see in the debate. Twice in the middle of the debate, right? They was doing stuff, and I had to ask Sa. I was like, yo, Sa, are these brand new rules that you created in the debate for me? Like, because these are new rules that never existed before. Anybody that says an ad hominem against the other person loses 5 minutes. Meanwhile, he's calling me a scammer the whole debate. Like, yeah, EnQi is playing 3-card Monty. He's Flim Flam, and he learned that in the South Bronx how to scam and Flim Flam. I said, oh, okay. So you came up with this rule not to stop ad hominems. You came up with this rule so I don't ad hominem Jabari.
Yeah.
So I listen. Let me just let you freestyle and do your thing, Paul. What? Because I know you wanted to drop something.
So I mean, what I think, man, to be honest, with how they should run debates, Sa shouldn't even be the moderator anymore. Because I mean, I think it should be somebody that.
Wait, hold on, Paul. Hold on, Paul. Yes, new rules. Listen, there was new rules that Sa was inventing in the debate as the debate was going along. To the point where I had to ask him multiple times. I was like, wait, Sa, that's not the format. When you came up with that rule? Oh, well, just now we starting that rule right now. Then we get to the end of the debate, and usually the way the debates go is the person who opens in the debate is the person who closes in the conclusion to give it some balance. In this debate, yo, EnQi, go ahead and open it up. No. I'm like, wait, no. Jabari's supposed to open because it's the closing. Yeah, but nah, we doing something different tonight. What? I'm like, yo, just all the way through, like Las Vegas. Las Vegas got exposed during this debate.
Yeah, but man, I just think, like, you know, Sasha bring in somebody that knows like the material from both sides. Like, okay, like you was going into standing waves and all that. They should have a little bit of like a basic understanding about that content and the other side. So that way, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to be the judge if you don't understand the material? You wouldn't even know if somebody got bodied or not.
Bro, it's crazy. It is crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy because I'm like, hold on. Is source material is not allowed in the debate? So we put out a flyer, right? You could come off your mic, huh? We put out a flyer. The flyer is on Christ. And because Jabari doesn't prepare any rounds, then we changed the title of the debate.
Yo, did you see my my comment in there when I said okay, y'all was on live earlier, right? So at the end, he's like, I'm gonna give my verdict and stuff like that. And he plays it, but you're gonna have to wait 3 minutes before I give my verdict. And then he plays this little trailer and stuff like that leads to Floyd Mayweather. And before that, it's like some slides of Jabari presenting some slides on his screen and stuff like that. They were the same slides he used in the debate.
That is a fact. And he's trying to make it seem like that was on the oh no, I just thought of this on the spot right now. I just came up with
crazy. That's crazy.
You didn't just come up with that, man. What are we talking about? This is the most wildest, craziest thing of all times.
Paul, I know you seen me going crazy in the chat and on the Zoom.
Oh yeah. Pulling up on Reggie and everything.
You know why? Because they know now I've demonstrated that I can read the text. so they can't come and lie. That's why the Sar EnQi was saying what he was saying, because he seemed like a real genius. It's real with you. I don't know. I haven't been on Saneter TV since until this situation happened with EnQi and so I don't know, but Sar EnQi seemed genuine.
Look at this. Let me show y'all something. Look at this. This is my first slide. Jabari said that I never showed Win and Nefer in the debate.
Yeah.
He even went as far as to say the TLA was a mistrans. You know what? I got to take it slower for the people in the chat, because I know some people in the chat haven't saw the debate. They don't know who Win and Nefer is. They don't know what they're looking at right here. And largely, that was a problem in the debate. The information went over a lot of people's heads. And Paul, you can testify to this.
Yeah.
I said for the last 2 weeks going into the debate, the main problem with the debate is that the information is going to go over their heads.
Facts.
That's why we was working on, standing waves and all those things in class, because I knew I didn't want us to look as dumb or as unknowledgeable as the rest of the audience. I wanted our people to be, like,
hey, look, listen, listen. Harwin can tell you I was equipped on the standing waves topic because I was going in
and my whole.
Hey, real quick, EnQi.
Yeah.
Are standing waves literal and actual?
Yo, Jabari said so many crazy things during the debate. Jabari said that, EnQi, you just proved my point. You said Ra is energy. Energy is clearly not literal. I'm like, yo,
that's crazy.
That's out of pocket.
I'm like, yo, how is he what school is he teaching kids at that he's teaching that energy is not a literal thing? Like, what are we doing? That's that Madame Blavatsky.
Conscious is not literal either.
Right.
That's that Madame Blavatsky information that he's teaching people. That's why he was upset, because I came with the flyer. See, listen, when I came with the flyer to prove that he'd been teaching, when I went to Black Gloves EnQi, that's what really did it. When I went to Black Gloves EnQi, they wasn't ready for Black Gloves EnQi. See, Black Gloves EnQi pulled this out on them. And this right here was game time. Because see, remember, he been saying that he wasn't teaching Blavatsky information and all that. And EnQi, you have to prove that I've been teaching chakras in my shrine, and you can't prove that I've been teaching chakras. Oh, yes, we can. We can easily prove it, because here we have the flyer where you've been going on tour with your partner right here, teaching Kemetic yoga. And it's on Jabari's YouTube page where he has this guy coming in to teach Kemetic yoga. Now, what you won't find out until you do a little bit more digging is that a part of this Kemetic yoga program is nothing more than the chakras. So this is what Jabari didn't really like when we showed this. This right here was this was what made Jabari lose his mind.
Don't
they must be doing
mommy
this color system is all something else, and
that's not nice.
That they teach in Madame Blavatsky. Did he show you video?
It's not nice.
People in Kemet are teaching that.
Mute your mic, Carl.
Okay.
Arito gateway, known as a chakra in the Indian system.
By the way, if he believes that we are showing that we are practicing something that comes from one of Madame Blavatsky's followers or compatriots, what he would have to do for that argument to make sense is show us doing it. Did he do that? No. Did he show me doing it? No. He did none of that. Does that mean that because you see me talking about something, it means that it's part of what we're teaching in our shrine?
We have been to Egypt many times with Brother Yasir, and it's been an experience. It's really been an experience.
That's another episode.
Yes, that's another episode. That's the after-hour show.
All means
cultivate their feminine energy. Chakra, 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 chakra. The heart center, the heart arito gateway, known as a chakra in the Indian system. That able to defend yourself. That's why I teach lower chakra, lower chakra, lower chakra, lower chakra, lower chakra, lower chakra. Able to defend yourself. That's why I teach lower chakras. It's for self-defense and survival. These are not your lower self. They're part of yourself.
What? This is Jabari, business partner that teaches chakras in Egypt and in Jabari Shrine, teaching Madame Blavatsky science. You just don't know it yet. This is Blavatsky science.
All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy.
Transgenderism is Madame Blavatsky's secret doctrine where Isis and Osiris are unveiled as transgendered, which is why Jabari support Kamala Harris.
All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy.
See, that right there is why he was upset. And that's not slander or ad hominems. That's what they're on tour doing. See, these are the flyer dates of when Jabari and this guy comes to town to teach that information to the people that Jabari was saying he doesn't teach. No, you don't teach it. You just lend your face and your following to let you bring your guy in. And then what I was showing was that in the books, Madame Blavatsky teaches this information. She teaches that Osiris and Horus is multiple sexes, that they're androgynous, they're male and female, right? This is where that information comes from. So it's referenced and sourced up for the people. Now, the other part is this, because he's saying, EnQi, you never heard me teaching no Madame Blavatsky information anywhere. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, brother. You're teaching Madame Blavatsky's information right here on the live stream. Every time we hear you talking, every time you hear Jabari say, see, point it out to you right here, and it's referenced in the material. Every time you hear Madame Blavatsky say, or every time you hear Jabari say, excuse me, every time you hear Jabari say, the netures are not real, that they're just principles. Whenever he says the netures are just principles, that comes from right here in the secret doctrine of Madame Blavatsky. This is what it says. The very beginning of the book lays out the three fundamental propositions, the first of which establishes omnipresent, eternal, boundless, and immutable principle on which no speculation is possible. This impersonal reality is the foundation from which all gods emanate. This is Madame Blavatsky's teaching. So when he says that the Necharu are not actual, this is where he's getting that from. That does not come from the Kemetic text. That comes from the Blavatsky text. So this is what I'm showing. This is what got him talking about he done made secret recordings and he can do this and all that. Like when you got a result to illegal. Oh, wait, I could prove that it's legal too. Let me show you right here. Let me look up on the internet here and show you that the law says I can secretly record anybody I want if I'm in New York. What? What are we doing? What are we doing right now? Did you pull up the law to prove you could secretly record niggas? Like, what? Wait, what? Where is that okay? Where is that okay for a priest to display that type of behavior? You're supposed to be a priest. You're supposed to have a higher standard of moral code and all that. Where's your ma'at? Where's your balance? What's your ma'at scale? Your ma'at allows you to secretly record. And so your value system goes on the Google Law Dictionary of New York. It doesn't go on the 42 negative confessions. The Kemetic priest with no Kemetic belief. See, that's what I'm saying. To decide whether his behavior was morally acceptable, he didn't go to the Kemetic text. He went to the Google New York State law search. Listen, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. This is interesting.
Yeah, man. And I think they didn't see, like, it's good that if Side actually shows the debate on his channel, then that'd be good for the people to slow it down, pause it, and stuff like that. Because I think that was another issue too, where you only had a certain amount of time to show all that information, so they didn't catch everything in the slides and stuff that was like pretty much daggers and everything like that.
Well, the big problem started in the first round.
Yeah.
This is what happens in the first. This is what happened. Family that's watching, this is what happened in the first round, and they lost their minds.
My yesterday or tomorrow, I place the trail and follow from the home of the Apollo. I spit and you swallow. I'm hidden.
Electron, we see that they don't behave like particles but act more like waves. And it was this wave model that allowed us to really understand what was going on at this classical level of a Bohr atom. And so we realized that electrons could be here or here or here, but they didn't exist in the middle, and that was puzzling to scientists. Also, why is it when an electron falls down, it emits a photon of light, this certain amount of energy?
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Because we've really got a good understanding of how waves work. So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave. Of an electron, we see that they don't behave like particles but act more like waves. And it was this wave model that allowed us to really understand what was going on at this classical level of a Bohr atom. And so we realized that electrons could be here or here or here, but they didn't exist in the middle, and that was puzzling to scientists. Also, why is it when an electron falls down, it emits a photon of light, this certain amount of energy? Well, the wave model unlocked that, because we've really got a good understanding of how waves work. So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave. And so what scientists started to hypothesize is maybe the electrons, as they're moving around, are interfering with themselves. They're going so fast that they're interfering with the electrons as they come around again. And so maybe they're wrapping around and creating standing waves. And so areas out here, we could get a standing wave where the electron moving around the outside of the atom is interfering with the electron itself. And so what you get are these standing waves.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Standing waves that build up, and that's where that energy allows the electron to be there. But in between these different orbits, they don't match up perfectly. And so they have to be a whole integer of the wavelength, the de Broglie wavelength, for the electron to exist. If it doesn't match up perfectly, then the electron annihilates itself.
My yesterday or tomorrow, I place the trail and follow from the home of the Apollo. I spit and you swallow. I'm here. Quantum illiterate, thought you was infinite. Biochemistry, you don't consider it. Wrote 200 books on this, you scribbling. Pages of nonsense, fake riddling. God level spitter, no middleman. you're dummy, just love me, stop fiddling. I'm God goofy, hey, to stop blazing, your jealousy blazing, but I'm out of time. From yesterday to tomorrow, I blaze the trail and you follow from the home to the Apollo. I spit and you swallow, I'm him. I'm him. I'm him. Know the metal nature, but you flunk biology. Talking hieroglyphs, no methodology.
Now, now take it to another level. I'm showing them, just for the people in the chat that don't know, I'm showing, I got you, Ha. I'm showing them that the hieroglyphs for Ray, the ancestors had encoded this information. This right here is a standing wave. This is a standing wave. This right here is a resonant wave cavity. Standing waves accumulate in resonant wave cavities. So you have an atom, which has this same symbol, and this also represents the sun, because an atom is also a standing wave cavity, and the sun is a standing wave cavity. And our ancestors encoded this information into the hieroglyph. So they don't like, the Kemetic scholars don't like being taught Kemetic science at this high of a level. This is what really, this is another thing that really destroyed, like, this was crazy over there. You said hit the share screen?
Yeah.
You said hit the share screen? Ain't nothing there? Oh, there you go. I see something.
Yep.
I hit it, but it's all white. It ain't coming up.
It ain't coming up.
Sa, let me have a conversation.
Is it up now?
Sa, are you an atheist?
No, we can hear it.
Okay.
We can hear it.
Let me make sure y'all can see it.
Well, if we can't see it, let's play
I'll
it.
play
So we
it.
can hear it.
Uh-oh. Okay. Sa, do you think that ancient Africans were atheists long before Judeo-Christianity came into Africa?
No, they was not atheists.
Right. Okay. So let's go back.
Pause. Right in between there, Elder Suntan goes right and shakes his head yes.
Back to what the brother La said when he answered EnQi question, when he asked him, do you think any Muslim would say that Allah is not actual? And brother La, real quick, answer that question again for us.
No, they won't, because they programmed already. They've been.
That's cool, but let brother La answer yes or no real quick. Can you, brother La? Do you would you ever say, or any imam ever say that Allah is not actual?
No, they won't say that.
Let him answer. No.
Sa won't let him answer.
Sa, which one of these brothers you ever seen create a galaxy?
I asked why he created a galaxy for a reason. Because that we're gonna go back to the Shabaka stone and the waves.
Nobody. No, none of these brothers.
Okay. So you're not an atheist, and you agree that the ancient Africans weren't atheists.
Right.
So how is it possible that you can let some of these so-called Kemetic guys get on here and preach soft atheism?
I mean, that's
but
You be with him. Because Jabari be on here talking about these things are allegorical. That's what he be doing. And he speaks in absolutes.
No.
Wait. Get it straight.
All right, we're gonna stop that. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Everybody heard that.
You can't hear me?
Everybody heard that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can't hear us, must be.
Okay, watch this. Oh, I hear you now. You said everybody heard.
Yeah, you just on a delay, but don't worry. Keep doing your thing.
So he said he let them get away with it. He said they be them, that don't be him. That's what Sa said. It's okay. Him and Elder Sunshine was arguing that Jabari not saying that. Okay, so we're gonna ask him if he believe in consciousness. Is consciousness actual?
I think we all can agree he showed that. And I think Jabari would agree that that is that.
Hey, Harwin, if I was EnQi, I would tell EnQi, yo, call Harwin and tell him to fall back because you're going to make Jabari play the phone call.
But I said, even if you play the phone call, hold on.
If I was Dr. EnQi, I would.
He still ain't played that phone call. You know what I think?
But wait a minute. I forgot about that right there because that adds Saneter to the phone call gate. That's Saneter now also trying to run this same 3-card Monty Flim Flam. Like, you better tell EnQi, you better, Harwin, tell EnQi to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you better tell Harwin to chill before we play that phone call. Like, that's crazy right there. Because today, Sa was distancing himself from the phone call. Sa was like, I ain't heard no phone call. I don't know about no phone call. Jabari, give me the phone call if you got the phone call. But that audio right there is Saneter co-signing the phone call. That is crazy right there.
Now, in that same audio, we're going to hear Jabari say, what he say? He going to say that consciousness is not literal, and that is my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
If Paul was you there?
Yeah, at the I wasn't on the panel, but I was watching.
Did you hear it though?
Everybody was there. Everybody heard that.
Yeah.
Everybody heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody heard it. Everybody wants to pretend they didn't hear it, but everybody heard it. Listen, everybody heard
see, Paul,
this.
why that's relevant is because
go in.
Why that's relevant is because we talking about the Shabaka stone. EnQi was going in on ways and thought and consciousness. In the Shabaka stone, the word for thought is kat and ka. And then it says Midu Natur, which is word of God that created any and all things and all the gods and all the vermin. So if they're not atheists, and Sai will agree, and Elder Suntan just agree, and La is on here agreeing, right here on this pre-debate live that we did. This was before the debate on Zoom. This was on the House of Consciousness. So if they not atheists, then how can he say consciousness is not actual or literal?
Right.
Take it a step further in the debate. Hold on. In the debate, I'm showing these things. Hold on, listen. I'm showing these things. In the debate, I'm showing these things literally breaking down step by step. So when we're talking about in the Shabaka Stone, when they're talking about thoughts, I'm showing literally that science tells us today that thoughts are standing waves.
Yeah.
Like we're literally walking it down. We're literally walking it down through the information to show how this is not mythological information that they was writing down. This is real-time information. Then I'm showing, right, to answer this question. Right, hold on. Where's my man at? This is my guy anyway. Okay, boom. So to go in, I'm detailing how the sun is a chamber of resonant standing waves, from acoustic waves to resonance, reflection, global oscillation. I'm talking about detailing. I even had to just slap them upside the head. I even had to slap them upside the head. Wait a minute. I even had to slap them upside the head, right? I had to slap them upside the head with, look at all that I'm skipping over. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, wait. I even hit him in the head with this though. I even slapped him upside the head with just a little something from NASA. Like I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Like just from every angle, you know what I'm saying? But again, the debate was so nasty. I opened with this, right? This is in my opening. This is not even in my intro. This is in my opening before my round started.
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus.
Now, hold on. For everybody watching this video, I want y'all to understand what this slide is showing. This slide is showing, let me make sure you put me on the big screen. This slide that I'm showing y'all right here is showing y'all that Jabari knew that I was coming to the debate to talk about a Christ that was not Jesus. I want y'all to understand that. This is me clearly discussing this with them, and this is Jabari saying back. And I played this in the debate. But it gets worse than that. It gets worse. That's why I'm saying it was a dead body. I beat Jabari in my intro before we even got to the rounds. It was a dead body.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus.
And look at the evidence. Now watch this. I put him in I put him in a body bag, then put the body bag in the body bag. Look at this. Here's my source material.
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Teru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
Yo, when I tell y'all this was a crazy, this was the nastiest work of all time. The nastiest work of all time. They never seen nothing this terrible before. I'm talking about terrible. He was terrorized in there. This was terrorized. Listen, then they said, EnQi, you didn't show any early church fathers. Did you show the contemporaneous sources? Of course I did. I show Ambrose, and let me let y'all know for the Beatles people, for the Beatles family. In fact, we might have to play the Beatles after this. We might have to go to a song break after this slide right here. This slide deserves a song break. Ambrose of Milan is a theologian and statesman who served as Bishop of Milan from 374 to 397. He expressed himself prominently as a public figure, fiercely promoting the Nicene Christianity against Arianism and paganism. He left a substantial collection of works, which are best known, including the ethical commentary De Officiis Menstorum and the Exegetical Exameron. His preaching, his actions, and his literary work, in addition to his innovative musical hymnography, made him one of the most influential ecclesiastical figures of the 4th century. And guess what he says in his books? In his books, he says, he calls Jesus the Bonus Scarabaeus. Bonus Scarabaeus is the good scarab who cried out from the wood. Bonus Scarabaeus, qui distercor irigret pauperem, a good scarab who lifts up the poor man from the dung. The good Scarabaeus is Christ on the cross, described by Ambrose as the one who takes the formless mud of human nature, rolls it into shape, and by his walk and passion raises the poor from dung, like the beetle lifting the ball. But now it's resurrection. Body bag. Zip up the body bag, take the body bag, put the body bag in a body bag, zip up the body bag, put the body bag in another body bag. The early church fathers identified Christ as Kepra.
Wait. It's another
Listen.
The body bag for that.
Wait, it need another body bag? Put the body bag in another body bag?
Yeah, because in the Shabbat stone, it says that.
Wait, you went out.
That's the first line of the Shabbat stone, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, well, here's the thing. It's a good thing that we actually have. You said that's from the first line of the Shabbat stone, if you're not mistaken.
Pull it up.
I was about to say it's a good thing that we actually had.
Pull it up.
The Shabbat.
Pull it up.
In the presentation.
It's in your slides.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we actually have that Shabbat stone. Yeah, it's a good thing that Let me see. Do we have? Hold on. Let me see. Where is it? Hold on.
That's a good line right there, though. Line number 22. Oh, Kepler.
And so each hieroglyph word came into being as something conceived by the heart and instructed by the tongue. I want y'all to look right here. Just in case y'all don't know where it is. This right here is
Scoot it over a little bit.
So they can see it in the glyphs.
Boom.
So this is in the text. And this is, I showed all this in the debate.
That in that you see that one that's in the square, the red square, that says Neter Medu or Medu Neter. That's word of God. So when you go back over to the translations, you're gonna see Kepra and Is Medu Netur. So when we was in the chat arguing about the word, they was arguing for Jabari like that's not a literal word. Yes, it is. It's a wave. It's a frequency.
As stated in the actual Kemetic text, which once again is what I told them in advance we would be doing. I said we were going to be reviewing the let me not say we. I said because I didn't know what Jabari was going to be doing. Jabari was coming to talk about Jesus. I said that I was going to be talking about the source of the sources. And the problem is Jabari could not defend against it because I made Jabari a part of the source material. Jabari was a part of the source material, so he could not defend against the source material.
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
This is crazy right here.
We read the
Yeah, it's the first line, EnQi.
That Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus. He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus. He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. And I believe literally, I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person, but an energy. And I believe literally, I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person, but an energy. And that energy has assisted me. I would call that Heru. So let's be clear, he was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Nations move in silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this push for. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder? How to get away with murder? There's a murder one. There's a murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie plot, a twist so sharp it ties the knot. A body bag in the body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. These
Oh, you muted that.
Listen, you said somebody got to find the debate. Listen,
He just showed it.
Nobody got to find that. Listen, I'm going to tell you why nobody got to find that. Exactly. But not only did I show it, right? Not only did I show it, wait, hold on. Not only did I show it, let me go over here for you. Not only did I show it,
This is what makes it so surgical. Let me show you how surgical this was. I'm glad you threw that up there. See, I know you didn't see the debate. Look at this. Not only did I show it, I bring slides from Jabari's debate. Look, not only did I show it, I bring the slides from Jabari's debate and put on it Jabari slide. so everybody could be clear on what this is. Jabari explaining how the Kemetic information got into the spiritual religious Abraham traditions from direct transmission and indirect transmission. I bring the slide and labeled it as Jabari slide. And that's not the only one. That's not the only one. We have another one. Look.
But Carl Jung, yes, that Carl Jung, the Carl Jung that is the psychiatrist and scholar on the human mind. Listen to what he says about this. The Osiris cult offers an excellent example of this. At first, only Pharaoh participated in the transformation of the god, since he alone had an Osiris. But later, the nobles of the empire acquired an Osiris too. And finally, this development culminated in the Christian idea that everyone has an immortal soul and shares directly in the Godhead. This is from his book, Collected Works of C.G. Jung. Now, keep in mind that this is a collection of his very voluminous work. So he didn't actually write this book, but it puts together his work. This one is volume 9, part 1.
So trust me, we didn't leave no stones unturned. We had everything lined up. We went through everything meticulously. Everything meticulously. Paul, Jay Lenz just popped in the chat. Jay Lenz just popped in the chat, Paul. What should we do with Jay Lenz? I don't even think we need to just instantly time Jay Lenz out. I just timed Jay Lenz out. As soon as Jay Lenz even say hi, you timed out. You timed out. Yeah, you timed out. Get your butt. Yeah, you in jail. You in timeout. Tell your fellow prisoners. See if Tanai want to share his bologna sandwich with you. Yeah, we Jay Lenz is suspect. You can't be in here for this one right here. You hot. I don't know what you got going on. You might be recording. You might be listen. Jabari ain't the only one making secret recordings of Dr. EnQi around here. There's been a lot of secret recordings floating around. Jay Lenz making secret recordings. Get your butt on out. Jay Lenz might be short for Jabari. That might be Jabari fake page, his Finster. That might be Jabari Finster. Yeah, you in timeout. We gotta tonight. We hot tonight, so we can't afford. You know what I'm saying? We gotta watch who we. You know what I'm saying? We gotta watch who we bring in tonight, man. We don't know what's going on, man. It's wild out here in these streets. It's wild out here in these internet streets. We gotta watch out. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's going on, who's who, what's what.
Your side called you after the show?
He did.
What'd he say?
He didn't say much. I asked him, he said he's gonna release the show, but I asked him about signing bad contracts. I said, let me ask you a question, because what you're saying is basically that I outsmarted Jabari. You and Jabari basically saying that I'm the smartest person that was on that three-way call. And so somehow I was able to outsmart Jabari and tell him that we was going to debate Jesus. But meanwhile, y'all put together the flyer that said Christ is the debate. So you're saying that I outsmarted Jabari and somehow tricked him into a Christ debate. Meanwhile, I have both of y'all on video saying that that's what y'all knew was. I mean, Jabari's on video saying that he knew
that I wanted to discuss Christ and not debate Jesus.
Yep.
Saneter's on video saying, EnQi, we all know Christ is a title. This is all in the weigh-in. This is all like, so y'all knew these things in advance. Why would you put out the flyer that said Christ on it if we were supposed to be debating Jesus?
Ego.
And how am I the one that's supposed to be trying to win on the technicality? I don't need to win on the technicality because my whole argument and much more is in this book. We're on Barnes and Nobles. The book was published on the debate weeks before the debate. Weeks before the debate with the information from the debate. Now, here's the problem. Jabari didn't do his due diligence. He didn't do any homework. We literally have, if you go to page 587, matter of fact, let me ask you, Paul, because I know you got the book.
Yeah.
If you go to page 587, what is the title? What is the title of that chapter?
Patah Nefer.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Patah Nefer.
Patah Nefer. So
yep.
When I open up the first round, and mind you, here, let me put it on the screen just for clarity. Because there's so much controversy surrounding this thing. It don't even make sense. This is the debate of the year. This is the debate of the decade. Ain't nobody had this much energy on a debate in God knows how long. No, seriously, because back in the days, the debates was wild. These people that's just getting onto this now, they don't know. The debates was wild. People used to have to go to the debates with bulletproof vests on. They had
that's crazy.
No, that's a fact. They had to have metal detectors at the debate and all that because people was trying to get it. It was different energy.
Wow.
So here's the debate flyer. Is Christ a literal and historical character, and is Christ the Word? That's the debate topic. That's the debate topic. So when we have the conversation, and you see what's the biggest part on the flyer? Is Christ the Word?
Right.
So when I open up my first round, and we're talking about a standing wave, and then I explain to them, words are standing waves. So when our ancestors is talking about Patah, creating the world from the word or the utterance, when the Bible is talking about God creating the word from the utterance, when the Book of the Dead, when the Hu Nefer, the Papyrus of Annie are talking about the world being created from the utterance or the word, this is not mythological. This is not fake. This is scientific. This is actual science. This is why I had to walk them down. And these is all in the slides. These is all in the slides. But nobody had ever heard this information before. And what's crazy is that everybody's supposed to be religious and love God and all these different concepts, but you got an echo, huh?
I'm good.
Nobody, yeah, no, you got an echo. No. It might be good, but you might also be watching the video. You got to stop the video you watching and just only have the other, yeah. But obviously, nobody loved their God enough, whether that God is Jesus, whether that God is Allah, whether that God is Yahweh, whether that God is Amun, Osiris, Ray. Nobody loved God enough before this to actually verify that this is a factual science. And I think it's intimidating that I'm the one presenting this information. Not I don't know. What's his name? That take the people to Kemet and all that, the light-skinned brother,
Ashra Kwesi.
Yeah, not Ashwa Crazy, not Booker T. Coleman, not somebody like that. It's me. the guy from the neighborhood, the doctor with the gold teeth that everybody want to make. I'm showing them that their ancestors, they weren't actually, this wasn't myth. This wasn't play. This right here, I got to keep saying this to the audience so that y'all get it. This right here is a standing wave. Matter of fact, I'll go to another slide where I showed it in a little bit more clear detail because I broke it down very thoroughly in the debate. So here you have one slide where I'm showing the fundamental standing wave, right? This is the fundamental. And then we go to another one where you can see it better, right? This is what a fundamental standing wave looks like, right? Fundamental standing wave right here. This is what a fundamental standing wave looks like. And then I proceed, right? We go to the glyphs and I show in the glyphs, Ray, right? The fundamental standing wave, and it means mouth. It means mouth because literally, they was trying to communicate this information. So when you get to the Shabaka stone and it's talking about Ptah creating the world with the heart and the tongue and the tongue is where the first of all, the energy from the heart and the tongue, which directs the standing wave, culminate in the spoken word. Now, the beauty about Ray, right, is that they gave you both in one. So you have this glyph right here, which means Ray. This means mouth. So for mouth, you get the standing wave individually. For sun or day, which is also Ray, you have this glyph, which is a resonant wave cavity. That's what the sun is. In fact, that's what all stars are. Stars are resonant. Matter of fact, let's do this a whole nother way.
It's nuclear fusion.
And it's helioseismology, but let's do this another way real quick where we could take me and you out of the picture because we just young black men. So clearly they don't respect. That's another problem, is that this information is coming from young black men and not old white men that graduated at Cornell. Because if I was like 75 years old and I was a white guy and said I graduated from Cornell or Stanford, they would take this information without needing any references. It would just automatically be accepted on Front Street. But let's just go to a little Google. Let's just go to a little let's just hit a little Google search. Let's do two of them at the same time. I like to do that sometimes. Let's do ChatGPT for people who like ChatGPT, and we'll do Gemini for people who trust Gemini, right? So we'll do let's do this first. And y'all know we do this sometime over here.
What's Gemini?
Gemini is Google's AI. That's the name of it.
Oh, that's the name of it. Okay, I got you.
So let's go here and ask
and you know, it's one actually called Perplexity, and it uses only sources to answer your questions.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, man. It only uses.
Hold up. Don't threaten me with a good time. Where is Perplexity? Let's see if we can find Perplexity. We ain't playing.
Yeah, Perplexity AI. Yeah.
Listen, don't threaten me with a good time.
That's it right there.
We on it. So here's Perplexity.
Yeah.
Right now, let's get the question. What's the question? Is the sun composed of standing waves? And we're going to compare the answer to all of these together. Let's see. So that is that. Do y'all see this other one? Let me see. Okay, good. So y'all can see I'm logged out. Stay logged out. So it's not like, oh, EnQi, you trained the GPT and tricked it. Now that's GPT. Now let's go over here and ask Google. and see what Gemini say. Gemini says, no, the sun is not composed of standing waves, but rather its oscillations are interpreted as a superposition of standing waves. These standing waves, or EnQi modes, are created by the sun's internal pressure and gravity, which cause it to vibrate like a resonant cavity.
Wait, EnQi.
Hold on, let it happen. Acoustic waves. The connective interior generates acoustic waves from pressure fluctuations. Trapping, these propagate outward until they hit the low density region near the sun's surface, where they reflect back inward. Standing wave formation. The combination of upward and downward propagating waves within the sun creates a pattern of standing waves. I'm going to read that again, because this might be confusing for some people after the first sentence, but it's okay. Y'all are going to see this. You can, and we're going to go to all of them. We're going to look at all the different internet brains. The combination of upward and downward propagating waves within the sun creates a pattern of standing waves, similar to how a guitar string vibrates to produce a musical note. Now, why is this important? Because in Kemet, they use the 3-4-5 triangle to teach this. So now let's go see what ChatGPT says. Oh, here we go. Helioseismology, the study of these solar oscillations known as helioseismology, uses the surface's movement to analyze the properties of these standing waves and learn about the sun's interior structure and rotation. So let's go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is okay. Short answer, no, the sun is not composed of standing waves. It is composed mainly of hot plasma. So why do people talk about waves in the sun? Because the sun does have waves in it, but they are not what it is made out of. The sun supports several kinds of waves due to its fluid plasma nature. Helioseismic waves, pressure waves, gravity waves, and surface waves propagate through the solar interior. Some of these form standing wave patterns that scientists use to map the sun's interior, similar to how seismologists use earthquakes to study Earth. So ChatGPT says pressure waves, gravity waves, and surface waves propagate through the solar interior. Some of these form standing wave patterns that scientists use to map the sun's interior, similar to how seismologists use earthquakes to study Earth. Where the standing wave sun idea goes wrong. Some fringe and pseudoscientist source claims the sun is an electromagnetic standing wave of some kind of hologram. This is not supported by solar physics, plasma physics, or observational data. Well, that is beautiful, because we are not saying that the sun is an electromagnetic hologram. I'm sure that there are chakra platforms that are, And what does Perplexity say? The sun is not composed of standing waves. It is a massive hot ball of mostly hydrogen, hydrogen and helium plasma, whose interior also supports many standing wave oscillations. And where does this come from? Stanford. What the sun is made of. The sun's material is primarily hydrogen and helium, with less than a few percent of heavier elements like oxygen, carbon, neon, and iron. These elements exist in plasma, form at extremely high temperatures and pressures, undergoing nuclear fusion in the core that turns hydrogen into helium and release energy.
Boom.
Standing waves inside the sun. The sun rings with acoustic waves that become trapped inside and form standing waves, somewhat like sound resonating inside a musical instrument. These trapped acoustic modes are three-dimensional standing waves whose vibrating oscillations slightly move the solar surface up and down. And the patterns are used in helioseismology to infer the sun's internal structure. Now, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. And before we go anywhere, let's go to the actual presentation to see what I was saying. Let's go to the presentation and see what I was saying. Oh, key features of the sun's standing waves. The sun functions as a vast resonant chamber of standing waves, specifically acoustic waves. This is in the presentation, in the debate. Key features of the sun's standing waves. Acoustic waves. The dominant waves are pressure waves, which are essentially sound waves. They are generated by the constant turbulent motion of hot plasma in the sun's convection zone, similar to how air is excited in an organ pipe or bell is struck. These sound waves travel inward, but the speed of sound changes with depth due to varying temperature and density, causing the waves to refract back toward the surface. Upon reaching the surface, they are reflected back into the interior, creating an interference pattern that forms stable, fixed, standing waves within the sun's structure. Literally, this is what is in it. This is what they couldn't understand. Now, I'm going to pass the mic in 1 second. I want y'all to understand that both of these patterns are what your ancestors put together for you. This right here is the standing wave. This right here is the resonant wave cavity. Now, I want to do the same thing that we just did. Only thing is, I want to do this with resonant wave cavity, just so that we're clear on this question. Let's go, okay, ask a follow-up question. Does the sun function as a resonant wave cavity? Okay, let's do that there. Boop. Bam. Before we get that answer, let's go on over here, ask ChatGPT. Boop. And before we get that answer, let's go over here and ask Gemini. Here's Gemini. Yes, the sun functions as a resonant wave cavity, particularly for low-frequency acoustic sound waves. This phenomenon is the foundation of helioseismology, allowing scientists to study its internal structure. And then it goes through the acoustic waves, internal reflections, standing waves. The continual process of waves traveling inward and being reflected outward causes the waves to interfere with each other. This interference creates stable global standing wave patterns known as P modes, which resonate throughout the entire sun. Okay, that's Gemini. Here's ChatGPT. Short answer, in a limited and specific sense, yes. The sun acts like a resonant cavity for certain types of waves, but no, the sun is not primarily a resonant cavity, and this does not describe the structure of energy or the source of the energy. Let me clarify. Yes, the sun behaves like a resonant cavity for helioseismic waves. The sun's interior supports standing wave modes created by pressure, buoyancy, and surface effects. These are known as helioseismic modes. P modes, G modes, and F modes. These waves can form standing wave patterns, giving the sun a spectrum of oscillation modes. Astronomers literally map these modes by observing oscillations on the sun's surface. Let's go to Paul's thingy over here, perplexity. Does the sun function as a resonant wave cavity? In a limited but meaningful sense, parts of the sun do act as a resonant wave cavity, but the whole sun is not a simple closed cavity resonator like a lab microwave or optical cavity. The sun supports trapped acoustic pressure waves, the so-called P modes, that bounce around inside it and form standing waves. These modes exist because the waves are reflected by gradients in temperature and density between the core radiative zone and convective zone. So the solar interior behaves somewhat like a three-dimensional resonant cavity for sound-like waves. Again, family at home, they never saw anything like this before. They had no idea that when their ancestors were formulating formulating these hieroglyphs, this is the science that they was encapsulating here. This is the science they was encapsulating. So we had to not only show the fundamental standing wave a variety of times, right? But we had to show the text. We had to show where this becomes a relevant part of the conversation, because Re is in the name for Osiris. And in Kemet, the name was a little bit more than what we think it is. Your name was a part of your divine essence. So Re, right, the resonant wave cavity, is a part of Asar's divine essence. And when you go through the Amduat, right, all of this, mind you, is in the presentation. Ra becomes one with Osiris, right? This is literally from the, listen, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to pass the mic.
Yes, Ray. Osiris, Ray. But to take it further, you know when you was talking about the historical character, you brought up a slide. Go to the Karnak slides in your post, in your presentation. When it says this actually happened. Yep. There we go. So when that means this actually happened. You brought it up in the debate, and it went over everybody's head. Not to be disrespectful to the sister, but she said, "Don't claim like it go over our head." But then stated right after that, it went over my head. But see, the historical aspect is this: EnQi. Hatshepsut is a historical figure. We all can agree, right?
Facts.
Okay. Hatshepsut is said to have been fathered by Amun-Re. In this Karnak text. So the word wind is right there again, but it's written with one water ripple. But notice the water ripple just like the standing waves, right? Or what the standing waves come from out of the chaotic waters. So when my
oh my God, this is so crazy on so many levels. They didn't know what they was looking at, bro. They didn't know what they was looking at. They didn't know what had hit them.
So this is how it's historical though. Because Jabari says this is all allegory. And it's basically saying it's not real. But Hatshepsut is a historical figure saying that she was fathered by Amun-Re. One of the souls of Amun-Re is your boy Asar. When Nefer.
Not to mention, Jabari tried to play games in the post debate, and he showed a picture and said, "Look, nobody even know what this is." He don't even know. That. Wait. He didn't even know what it was that he showed, because I was waiting for him to mention, and I'm only bringing it up because you brought up Osiris as a soul, but Osiris has a soul, and this is a part of the layering in Kemet. So he didn't even mention Bane B'Jadet. And I'm saying to myself, okay, he think he cutting deep. He don't even know what he's fully showing right there. This is crazy. Anyway, go in.
But you own something. In that picture he posted, he was questioning me. He said, "Do you know who this is?"
But he was scared for you to read it.
I was reading it. He cut me off. He wanted to simplify and say this is Osiris. I'm like, yeah, but at the top it say Ray at the top right middle. Then at the bottom right middle it said Ray again, and to the left it said Asar. Right in the text. So Asar is a Ray. And then we have Hatshepsut, a historical character saying Amun-Re inhabited her father's body, impregnated her mother, and gave birth to her. And if you read the polygamy, it says verbatim that this can be trusted. This is not. First, it has to be stressed that we must keep considering these texts as pure propaganda. So that means this is not just news to try to sway the public, which would be full of exaggeration, boast or lie. On the contrary, these compositions must be considered exact witnesses of what happened, even though the filter of the religious faith and the specific mentality of the Egyptian society of the 18th dynasty has adorned the speech with a poetic breath and a mystic inspiration. There goes that inspiration word. We have to keep in mind that these texts were not accessible to a great number of people. So if it's not accessible to a great number of people, it's definitely not propaganda. They were intended for posterity and overall for the gods who are supposed to see deep into the consciousness. One cannot lie to the gods. So in this text right there, you already addressed that Asar is an actual historical figure, where they want to say that it's actual energy, or they want to say this was an actual energy that was conscious. Because that's Amen. Asar is an Amen. Go to your slides, EnQi, when Infudishi is talking about the Shabaka stone. Oh yeah, that's a good video right there.
Usually the response is, oh, you're just not smart enough. Oh, it went over your head. Oh, I need to break it down more. That's very dismissive. That's very condescending. And I'm sorry, EnQi, but I was just really confused throughout your presentation, to be honest. Usually the response is, oh, you're just not smart enough. Oh, it went over your head. Oh, I need to break it down more. That's very dismissive. That's very condescending. And I'm sorry, EnQi, but I was just really confused throughout your presentation, to be honest. Usually the response is, oh, you're just not smart enough. Oh, it went over your head. Oh, I need to break it down more. That's very dismissive. That's very condescending. And I'm sorry, EnQi, but I was just really confused throughout your presentation, to be honest.
Shout out to EnQi.
You went to EnQi. You talking to EnQi.
Oh yeah. You were masterful. You were wonderful.
I just want to say that I think both of you brothers did a tremendous job. Y'all did a great job. EnQi really surprised me. He talked. He gave a little more information than I anticipated he did, and I have to say, EnQi, your first round was very compelling, and your second round would have been even more compelling to me if you didn't say what you said when Saneter asked you that question.
Dr. EnQi, this is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
All right, I got to ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
A few moments later.
People about the biblical tradition. He called me a Christian, which I keep telling him I'm not a Christian. We can't play that game. This is why I told Jabari, if when next week come, he's preparing 3 rounds of slides to try to disprove that Jesus walked on water and that Jonah slept in the whale, he's going to be knocked unconscious, beat, and dragged.
A few moments later.
Go ahead, Jabari.
I want to be really clear that I knew that this was going to be EnQi's attempt to win. And Saneter will even acknowledge that I actually said very clearly to him in our conversation, I know what you're trying to do. I know that you're trying to say, you're trying to use Christ so you don't have to actually argue about Jesus.
We will be looking at sources. We will be looking at the sources. And on top of the sources, we will be going to listen to this now. Remember, I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
What? It's alpha season, man. Bring it out, Dr. EnQi. Bring it out.
You trolling. You trolling. But listen.
Are you finished, Cosmic? Or you got another question, Cosmic?
Yo, that wasn't okay, Brother EnQi. Are you?
That wasn't the answer you were looking for.
That was not an answer, but I think Brother EnQi doesn't want to discuss.
I think that's a narrative that y'all created that y'all like.
See, what it is, I think EnQi don't want to talk about the topic. He didn't want to give away nothing. That's what that is, I think.
That's what it sounds like, because every time you try to ask him about his position or what he's going to say, he goes to the chakra conversation and comedic practices, which was not.
Hold on. Let me say this to you, Cosmic. I'm not, listen, when you ask me my position is that Christ is a literal and historical character. That is my position. And I'm going to hold that position. And I don't think that position needs to be re-enunciated, since we already have a debate on the line for that position. Jabari is saying that Christ is not a literal and or historical character. And what I'm saying is that Jabari is going to look foolish with all this.
Everybody know that Christ is just the title, right? Everybody know that Christ is just the title, right?
So wait, Sa, I got cut. That's not even my question though. Like, I'm good with like just chilling.
See, EnQi know I'm on to something. Look at him.
My question.
I'm not saying nothing. Why is my silence so loud? Why is it that when I don't say nothing, my silence is so loud? I just want to say for the record that the debate is not about Jesus. The debate is about Christ.
By the way, you should know I have a recording of our phone call. I never said that publicly, but now I'm saying it now. It's just not necessary for me to play a recording of what we actually said we were talking about. He knows that I'm telling him. Listen, sometimes you got to check someone's jaw. I have a recording of the telephone conversation. Did you think that I would not record it? Did you think I would not record it?
Jabari the rat took the bait. Jabari the rat took the bait.
Oh, it went over your head. I need to break it down more. That's very dismissive.
He accepted the offer. A fire in the air, it was written in red. Terms on the page, signed above his head. He brought a knife to a gunfight, oh what a sight. Tried to shoot a shot, but he missed the light. He aimed at the throne, but the crown don't fall. The king stood tall, no mercy at all. Jabari the rat took the bait. Jabari the rat took the bait. Jabari the rat took the bait. He accepted the offer. Contract sealed, there was no escape. Bound by words, carved into his fate. He tried to debate the terms of grace, but a knife in his hand couldn't match the space. When and never, he cried in vain. When and never, but it brought no gain. When and never, echoes through the rain. When and never, only loss remains. Jabari the rat took the bait. Jabari the rat took the bait. Jabari the rat took the bait. He accepted the offer. A flyer in the air. Signed on his head. He brought a knife to a gunfight. Oh, the what a sight. Tried to shoot a shot, but he missed that light. He aimed at at the throne, but the crown, oh. The king stood on no mercy at all. Jabari the rat took the bait. Jabari the rat took the bait. And accepted the offer. Contract sealed, there was no escape. Bound by words carved into his fate. He tried to debate the terms of grace, but a knife in his hand couldn't match that space. Winning never, he cried in vain. Winning never, but it brought no gain. Winning never, echoes through the rain. Winning never, only loss remains. Cover image for Jabari took the bait. Jabari took the bait. Jabari stepped into the room thinking he mastered the topic. Pages packed with the life of Jesus. Facts line locked in, but EnQi slid the parchment forward. Eyes cold, watching, said debate me on the Christ, not the man. Sign the doctrine. Jabari caught the shift, but ignored the weight in his spirit. He knew Christ was a title, but pride said don't fear it. Ink whispered definitions bend like mirrors. Turn clarity to smoke till the truth grew unclearer. He signed the deal, binding like iron, no edits, no mercy. Thought he came to speak of Jesus, not a concept, abstract and earthly. EnQi smirked cause he baited the trap with precision. Set the terms in the contract to twist Jabari's vision. So when the lights hit and the crowd leaned in for the lesson, Jabari opened his notes and felt the weight of misdirection. He studied the stories, the man, the walk, the breath, the flesh, but the contract said Christ, the title divine, nothing less. Jabari stumbled through arguments, off beat misled. Thought he came to defend Jesus, but Christ was the subject instead. He boxed him in like a lawyer with language raised a threat, and Jabari felt his confidence shatter. Felt his crown slip from his head. He lost not from knowledge, but from terms he didn't read. From a signature rushed by ego, a heart pulled by speed. And EnQi walked off with a grin, whispering, truth is a blade. You gotta know what you're fighting for before you step on the stage. Now Jabari sits with the contract framed as a warning. Don't debate what you did and agree to don't sign without mourning. Cause a trap ain't always violent, sometimes it's just a phrase. And one bad contract can steal a man's victory for days. Jabari the rat took the bait.
By the way, you should know I have a recording of our phone. I never said that publicly, but now I'm saying it now. It's just not necessary for me to play a recording of what we actually said we were talking about. He knows that I'm telling you, I have a recording of the telephone conversation. Did you think that I would not record it? Did you think I would not record it? So let's be clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Legends move in silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this push for. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. just shot. It's a movie plot, a twist so sharp it ties the knot. A body bag in the body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. This was murder one. This was murder one. Yeah. How they get away with murder, murder, murder? This was murder one. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. A contract on Jabari. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. This a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropping science and tone. Related to Ray hieroglyph and the Shabaka stone. By the third, Jabari was a gunner. Punch drunk, walking into the wrong corner. He started teaching EnQi, let Jabari folded under pressure. Jabari tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in infancy. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The natural appealing this, you feeling this? Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead. You can't win on a technicality. You ran into Mickey and Mallory. Jabari was dead on arrival. The intro was viral. You are one in a million. True 101, but I'm different. I'm a one of none.
Now, let's take a look at something real quick, because I do want to very quickly address something for the slowest people of the slow, right? For the very slowest. Now, for the very slowest, let me do this for you guys. Hold on. For the very slowest, let me do this for you guys. Okay. All right. Let's go here. Let me show y'all something just in case y'all are confused. All right, so now we're going to do this. We've been looking at a lot of different things. All right, so let's look at this. I want y'all to, I'm gonna give y'all a quick breakdown, and then we're gonna go deeper into the conversation. Okay, now, is Christ the Word? Right? Here we go, right here. Is Christ the Word? So we spent our first round addressing this topic when we're talking about standing waves, right? Just so that the people who are the slowest amongst us, I want you guys to get this. Is Christ the Word? We're talking about the Word that was God, the Word that was with God when God was creating the world from the Word, right? When you go into the Kemetic text and they talk about creating with the utterance, right? This is what we spent our first round establishing, the science of what a word is, right? Because we can't evaluate, is Christ the Word, if we don't actually know what a word is, right? So we have to establish scientifically what a word is and how a word can create a world, can create life, can create matter. So the first thing I have to do is establish what a word is regarding standing waves, how standing waves play a role in the sun, how standing waves are generated by your voice box, how they're generated in your brain, right? So that we understand when we're looking at the glyph of Re, it's talking about standing waves. When we're reading the Shabaka stone and it says that Ptah used the word and his thoughts to create the world, we're talking about standing waves, right? So as we're moving through, right, remember, we're dealing with the second part of the debate topic first. Then we're also dealing with, is Christ a literal and historical character, right? So now, let me just show you what we did. And keep in mind, we laid out this entire debate in a very scientific way. So we have a title, then we have the abstract, right? We have a title, then we have an abstract. In the abstract is where we begin to go into the first part of the question, right? Right? We begin here. We begin here, the word that became flesh, with tackling the first question, right? Just for people that, because I want to make sure that this is learner friendly for everybody that comes to tune in, not just music or whatever, right? So I want to make sure that we see this big slide right here, because when y'all see the actual debate, y'all are going to hear Jabari say that I never put this slide up. I never showed win and effort together. Like, I never did this. I'm telling you, Jabari's deep into that Blavatsky magic, right? So here we show, who then is he? Osiris, otherwise it is said Ra is his name, right? So what I'm showing here is the Kemetic text identifying Asar, Osiris, with Ra, right? So what we did in the first round is we identified Ra as the fundamental standing wave, and then I'm identifying here Ra with Osiris, which is how we make this transition, right? Just walking you through this nice and slowly, because I know we got slow people, right? Now, again, in another place, we show in the Amduat, right? And the life of Ra uniteth with the life of Osiris, right? This is the Amduat text, right? These are Kemetic texts. So again, here is showing that Ra is united with Osiris. And there are many texts where Ra and Osiris are united. So when we're talking about Re or Ra being the standing wave or the word uniting with Osiris, we're combining the two, right? We're combining the two, right? We also identify in the Kemetic text what the word is. Who, the utterance, right? We go to the Oxford Dictionary. What does utterance mean? A spoken word, a statement or vocal sound. So we have the definitions, right? So I'm just showing you. So we meticulous. We go into the Kemetic text, and what do we show? Horus, identified with the word, who, right? We then go back to the Stanford Dictionary again. So we have utterance, a spoken word. And then we go to the etymology of the word, word. And in the etymology for the word, it says the word means utterance. It comes from utterance. So literally, it's identifying, saying that our word, that's in the English, King James, and all of that, comes from utterance, which is in the Kemetic text. And it says specifically, as was the theological sense of Holy Scripture, God's message, Christian doctrine. Utterance, right? And so I take you to the etymology, to the definition, to the Kemetic text to show you this, because again, remember what I said. I said that I was going to be doing what? Dealing with the source of the sources. Right? I was going to deal with the biblical narrative, but I was going to be dealing with the source of the sources, the original text. Of course, that's what happened. Of course, that's what happened, because that would embarrass him in front of all his professors. Listen, that's absolutely what happened, because Jabari wasn't even supposed to be on that video. So hold on. But because we got folks that may have whatever. So mind you, this is still within the first round. This is still within the first round where I'm showing the word, the utterance, Osiris, Ray, all of these things is in the first round. Right? Now we move to the discussion. Remember, my debate is formatted as a scientific paper. Right? We move to the discussion. We go to the early church fathers, identifying Christ with Kepra, right? Then we go to the Bible, which they said I didn't do. We go to the Bible where it says King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Then we go to Jabari, referencing Carl Jung, and Carl Jung is explaining how the Christian text borrowed it from Kemet. Then we show it, right? We show it. Here we go to the Kemetic text, which clearly identifies Osiris as the original Christ, right? And we show from the Kemetic text, and we show the TLA, which is the source material, right? We put this big on the screen for people who never saw this before. Just in case you never saw this, this is Kemetic. This is the Kemetic text and the Kemetic origin of where today's word Christ comes from. Right? So we walk through this. I show Matthew 3:16. Jabari says I made this up, Matthew 3:16, because he doesn't have a reference for the picture. I said, wait a minute. Matthew 3:16 is, what do you mean? But we don't even need Matthew 3:16. Do you know why we don't need Matthew 3:16?
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
So now let me walk you back again so you can see what we're doing here, because I know a lot of people, this did go over people's heads. Here we have the original word, right? Christ, right? Which later on, scholars would add vowels into this and change the pronunciation. So you have karast, karest, all different types of interpretations of this later. But those interpretations are not actually in the Kemetic text. It's just these letters, Christ, right? So you could do whatever you want with that. So when they say I'm not talking about Christ, they saying this is not talking about Christ, which I would love for anybody saying I'm not talking about Christ to read this word right here. To read this word is something else, right? But this word in the Kemetic text explains, it's a word that explains the whole burial process, right? It doesn't just stand for like a title of a person. It's a title for the burial process. Now, for the people that don't understand, the Kemetic burial process is the process that you go through to make a Christ. I'm going to repeat that again for the people all the way in the back that are really slow. The Kemetic burial process, purification, baptism, right? The Kemetic burial process, the anointing with oils, that is the Christ process. So when I'm talking about the Christ, the source material for that, we have to go back to the original, right? The burial process is the anointing process, right? So I want to make sure we clear on this. And the problem that you got to ask is, why have none of your Kemetic scholars ever taught you about this word right here? Why have they never taught you this information? But see, now they're on Front Street. Now you're going to start hearing them talk about this because they have to. Because you're going to now start asking them questions like, yo, EnQi showed this other word that stands for Christ. Where does that word? Is that real? What is that? Right? Well, we went through and we showed in the Kemetic text, right? We show in the Kemetic text. We even show a scholarly article from the 1906, which traces the anointing process back to Egypt, right? I showed that Aaron and his sons, right? Later Saul, King David were all anointed ones. These were all considered to be Christ figures in the Bible, right? I showed that these are the sarcophagi from Kemet that prove the anointing process came from Kemet, because these sarcophagi was not discovered in Kemet. These sarcophagi was discovered in Canaan, modern day Israel. And these sarcophagi come from the first dynasty in Kemet. So this is how the Kemetic burial rituals got to what we would call Israel today. So I'm laying this all out very clearly. That's why I'm saying it was a murder. It was a body bag in a body bag. It was a murder. Then look, we go to the Kemetic text. In the Kemetic text, it identifies Osiris as the first Christ. I mean, I don't know how to have made this any clearer, right? Like we went through and made this super clear. In every way that you could think of, right? Including laying out the burial rituals that was in turn what we saw in the Bible, right? So here you have the burial rituals. These burial rituals is what would come under the term of Christ, right? Death, purification, organ removal, 40-day natron dehydration, the oils, the opening of the mouth ceremony, all of these things. And mind you, we show these things in detail going through the actual text, right? We show this stuff in the actual text as we're going through. As we're moving through, we're showing these things so people can see these things in real time, right?
in real time. We want you to be able to see these things. So when we get to the third round, right? When we get to the third round, by the time we get to the third round, okay, we did put the gloves on and get a little, we got a little nasty in the third round. We got a little nasty in the third round. But in the third round, we double back to explain where the ritual came from, right? So we go here, John 19:29, a branch of hyssop with a sponge is lifted to Jesus' mouth. This right here is the opening of the mouth ceremony. Now, all you got to do is go to John 19:29 to see this, right? So we walk you through the actual ritual and explain it. In Kemet, in Egypt, may your mouth be open so you may breathe air. In the Bible, immediately after the mouth is touched, Jesus takes a final breath. This is the actual opening of the mouth ceremony in the Bible. In Kemet, after the mouth is open, the deceased can now speak in the afterlife. In the Bible, after the sponge touches Jesus's lips, he speaks his final words. This is the opening of the mouth ceremony to validate his Christ title. So we're absolutely explaining this throughout the first round, the second round, and the third round. But again, like I said, I understand that there are people that didn't understand what they was looking at because they have trusted these Kemetic scholars for a long time, and the Kemetic scholars have never taught them this information. But I want to be able to share this with you in a way that you can validate this information on your own, right? So here's what we're going to do. I want to share something with you, right? This is what the Kemetic scholars feel like is the number one authority on like the Kemetic information, right? So here's what y'all need to be able to do. Right? Can y'all see that? What's on the screen? Okay. Yeah. I want y'all to be able to use this TLA. Learn how to use the TLA so you can validate these things, right? The TLA is the authority for Kemetic language. Kemetic language, Kemetic interpretations. Now, does the TLA, is it 100? I wouldn't say it's 100. I would say it's 90% or 95% or something like that. So it's a high percentage, just respectable. But I just wouldn't take any like the German translate anyway. But this is considered to be the authority, right? So when you see in the material what we have here, right? All of these things are sourced directly from the TLA. You see this? TLA? All of these things are sourced from the TLA. This is the TLA. All of these things are sourced from the TLA, right? So when we go through this material, none of this material is freestyle. None of this material is freestyle. So if you ask whoever you're learning Kemetic studies from in any shape, form, or fashion, if you ask them about this information, they're going to have to concede, right? Because all of this stuff is TLA. All of this stuff comes from the TLA. And we have everything in there, right? So this is why we show that we stuck to Christ all three rounds. And this is important for when you actually see the real debate. Because when you see the real debate, you're going to see that Jabari doesn't have any rounds on Christ from Kemet or otherwise until maybe, see this? TLA, right? TLA, right? TLA, right? Until maybe
See this? TLA, right? This is from the TLA, right? What do we have down here? Right? The mummy, right? The mummy, right? The mummy, the mummification process, right? Right? From the TLA, right? Kestnecher, mummy of God, from the root Christ, meaning to bury. Historical predecessor, Christ, burial, right? It's not talking about the actual service, it's talking about the entire system of rituals associated with burial, right? So we're taking this to the root. This is why I said I was going to be dealing with the source of the sources. What's wrong with black people nowadays and with our ancestors is that we don't do what we have to do to win. And I thank EnQi for doing that in this debate. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it, because we have to take a look at this from a variety of angles, right? A variety of angles. Correct. Haru Hekenu, the oil for anointing. So all of these things we bring, not, but the craziest thing is that the most ugly thing that is this. This is the most ugliest, nastiest piece of work.
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
What are you telling us, Jabari?
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. Read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
Now, how come people are not putting books out with the debate? How come nobody's publishing their actual debate material? How come there are no scholars that are doing these debates that are actually publishing their debate material so that people can read the material themselves? Because see, the heart is at the center. Listen, the heart is at the center of the burial rituals. The heart is at the center of the burial rituals. The heart of the matter, so to speak. So this is why it's important that we put this all into perspective. Why have all these debates went on and nobody's publishing the material from their debates? Asking y'all a question. My debate material is at Barnes and Nobles. Listen to what I'm saying. My debate material is in Barnes and Nobles. Why is nobody publishing the material from their debates? All these debates that we've seen, how come none of this material is getting published? Listen, we got, not only do we, our arguments published in the book on Barnes and Nobles, right? Let's make sure we can find it. Can we find it? Can we find the material on Barnes and Nobles? Can we find it? Bam. All you got to do is go to Barnes and Nobles and type my name in. Go to Barnes and Nobles, type my name in. Our material is live. This is what I'm saying. This is where it becomes crazy. This is where it becomes crazy.
So let's be clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking. Not only do we have a book, we done dropped the whole album. We done dropped the whole playlist. We done dropped the whole album and playlist on this. Matter of fact, let me give y'all something different. Y'all might want something different. The actual title that you put on the flyer and that we marketed to the people.
The reason I put it on the flyer, EnQi, because you didn't want me to put Christ. But Jabari asked you specifically, are we talking about Jesus Christ? And you said yes. On the conversation, brother.
Is Saneter lying, EnQi?
Somebody told me.
Is Saneter lying, EnQi?
Wait a minute.
EnQi, is Saneter lying?
Hold on. Because I think you flexing with a secret snake phone call recording that you.
No, I didn't even hear the phone call. Listen.
Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoots, the more dirt they throw, the deeper my roots. Dirt on my name, dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. I see the scheme, fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, Green Man Osiris. Surfing drip, standing waves on guard, electromagnetic shimmer through the.
Do y'all hear this? This is music from the soundtrack of the debate. We did a whole soundtrack and dropped the book. I want y'all to understand this. When you listening to the music, you're getting all of the science and the information from the debate. Listen to this. The actual title that you put on the flyer and that we marketed to the people.
The reason I put it on the flyer, EnQi, because you didn't want me to put Christ. But Jabari asked you specifically, are we talking about Jesus Christ? And you said yes. On the conversation, brother.
Is Saneter lying, EnQi?
Somebody told me.
Is Saneter lying, EnQi?
Wait a minute.
EnQi, is Saneter lying?
Hold on. Because I think you flexing with a secret snake phone call recording that you.
No, I didn't even hear the phone call. Listen.
Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoots, the more dirt they throw, the deeper my roots. Dirt on my name, dirt on my name. Dirt fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, Green Man Osiris. Surfing drip, standing waves on guard. Electromagnetic shimmer through the facade. Quantum loop, spirals tighter than braids. Real natures move, hidden truths in the haze. Ooh, see a vision, my soul stays tuned. Planet in the dark, but I still bloom. Dirt on my skin, they tryna write my doom. But I'm a rose in a tomb. Petals perfume. Bury me deep, I'll still sprout. The weight on my back, it evens me out. Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoes, the more dirt they throw. Deep on my roots, dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. I see the scheme, fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, Green Man Osiris. Yeah. Heavy 808s, my heartbeat knocks. Strings hum, sorrow, my shadow walks. Nighttime whisper secrets build on the block. Church bells echo prayers mixed with the clock. Pyramids in my mind, angles too sharp. Mirror my reflection, every crack is hard. Haters planting seeds, think they'll stun my start. But I'm fertilizer fed, grew strong in the dark. Roots go deeper than your shovel can dig. Branches stretch higher than your solid reach. From dirt to divinity, cycles are big. Every fall's a new rise as I stay rigid.
I love you, Dr. EnQi.
Still in my style, laughing like me, joking like me, quote like me, but ain't chosen like me. The you a quantum illiterate, bio don't consider it. 200 books I pick, your mind ain't visiting. Dummy just love me, on God it's infinite. Haters be glazing, can't stop the brilliance. You quoting mental nature, still don't get biology. Spirit too complex, ain't no copy me. You want a crown, but it's welded in place. Mirror me wrong, can't match the grace. Still in my style, laughing like me, joking like me, quote like me, but ain't chosen like me. The elect, so cut from marble, heartbeat ancient. Your script is a random, my pen is sacred. Talk about chakras, but your spine's still vacant. Front like you old, but your dreams still basic. Heavy like 808, soft strings on the cadence. Naming the stars, yours lost in the pavement. Trying to decode my essence is encrypted. Every word I speak, a solar system gifted. They see the shine, but can't map the prism. I'm the source, you a symptom of the schism.
One if like electric, two if like magnetic, three if it's prophetic, standing waves kinetic, standing waves and throw, vibrations choke, standing waves and stop, tracing where we are, nature dust and jar, blue magic avatar, standing wave from afar, echoes where you spark. One if light electric, two if light magnetic, three if it's prophetic, standing waves kinetic. A word is standing a mission, quantum repetition, sitting on a dock, traveling waves fishing, branded sage with a standing wave engraved, the clan of maze, wave the hands and pray. cathedral, holy fever. Beatbox, whispers, ghostly weaver. One if light electric, two if light magnetic, three if it's prophetic, standing waves kinetic.
Hold on, listen. This is the problem. Listen, some of these things, listen. When we teach over here, right? We just be teaching the real information. A lot of these guys, they have things that they have to skip or leave out because they conflict with other things. It's like people in the health space, they promote keto diets and Dr. Sebi. You can't do keto and Dr. Sebi. You can't be pro-Ptah and anti-masonry. Listen to what I'm telling you. These guys leave Ptah out of their conversations because they also are on video saying anti-Masonic things. You cannot be anti-Mason and pro-Ptah. You cannot say Masonry is from Satan and the devil and all of this and also say Ptah, blah, 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 blah. Because Ptah is the god of Masons. Masonry originates with Ptah. So they leave Ptah out of these conversations. They leave Ptah out of these conversations because there's things attached to Ptah they don't want to bring into the conversation. Just like we've been having these conversations. You done heard these guys like Jabari have conversations about Osiris and Horus and Jesus for 20 years already. How come nobody ever showed the word that the word Christ comes from before the Hebrew? When they say the Greek word Christ comes from the Hebrew word Mashiach, or what we would say is Messiah, to be anointed with oil, how come they say that everything in the Bible comes from Kemet, but they never trace that word, right? The Greek to the Hebrew, and then the Hebrew, where is that origin? Do you understand what I'm saying? The Greek, and I was supposed to be closing out, but let me show y'all this. Let's go back to the presentation again. All this is in the presentation. That's why this presentation was such a murder. It's too much information in here, honestly, probably for people to digest in one sitting, right? But let me show you where this is at. Where did we put this at? Did we put this in here? Is this in the discussion? It might not be. It might be in the third round. Yeah, after the gloves went on. It didn't get crazy when the gloves come off. It's when the gloves go on that you got to worry. Right? Okay. Man, hold on. I thought it was... Let me see. No. Let me go in the other direction. Yeah, we're going walking through all these slides. No. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Right? So I'm showing that we're taking it back. And remember, I said in the pre-debate, in the weigh-in, that I would be dealing with the source of sources. So here I'm showing the New Testament. Here I'm showing the Old Testament. And then the very next slide, I'm going back to Kemet, right? I'm going back to Kemet because I'm giving you the older versions, right? And then I'm giving you the actual proof of how the transmission went. These mummies here come from the first dynasty in Kemet. This is the burial rituals that are how Christ is produced, how the title Christ is passed from person to person to person, because it's not just the anointing, it's all the things along with that, right? So these sarcophagi are Kemetic, but they wasn't discovered in Kemet. These are from Canaan, what we would call Israel today, the Gaza Strip, right? These are from First Dynasty Kemet. They were gradually disseminated to other regions and peoples. So this is how the burial ritual, which includes the anointing process, gets spread to the other regions in North Africa, in the Middle East. From the first dynasty in Egypt, they were teaching people how to bury their dead. They were teaching them the Christ process. So we laid this out. The burial process is Christ in actual Kemetic text. English versions by Egyptologists like Jabari teachers in college have edited out that translation. And then I show you where you go to the TLA and you find the original translations. Right? Everything is there. I'm showing it to you. Right? So we walk it down. We walk it all the way down. What does Ptah mean? Amun is the firstborn of Ptah. Mesu in ancient Egyptian is where Hebrew Messiah comes from. Christoph comes from Christ in Egyptian. I'm frustrated. More academic effery. Why does it say Egyptian language 3000 and Phoenicians at 1000 BCE? The concept of Christ is introduced before the Hebrew alphabet. Brother, this is why, again, let me show you this again. This is why this is written this way, right? Title. You see this? Title. From title, you have abstract. See, this is stuff they couldn't even understand, and they didn't even notice this is layers to the information that I'm sharing with y'all that they didn't even see in the debate. Right? From abstract. Right? Then we have the introduction. From the introduction, we have discussion. From the discussion, we then go into the closing, right? Conclusion. That is how you write an actual scientific paper. That's how you write a scientific paper. Title, abstract, introduction, discussion, conclusion. What they saw was light years beyond anything they ever saw in a debate. Nobody ever structured a scientific paper into a debate. I want y'all to understand. My debate is a scientific paper that I wrote and structured it into a debate. Like rap, like it's an entendre, it's a metaphor, it's layered. You have a scientific paper structured into 200 plus slides of a debate with each section labeled title, abstract, introduction, discussion, conclusion. Yo. That's what I'm saying. So when Sa put the video up, it's gonna look crazy Because I'm talking about Christ. Christ is the word. I'm showing the standing waves and the word and the science of all that. I'm showing the word as Ray, as Horus, combining with Osiris. I'm showing Christ, the origin of the ritual for Christ, how that gets passed down from society to society. I'm showing the sarcophagi, the original text. Oh, Jabari is in there talking about Jesus. I swear to, listen, I swear to God, for the people that did not see the debate, I swear to God, Jabari is in the debate saying, well, this is supposed to be a debate about Jesus. I don't know what EnQi's talking about. He's talking about Adam. So I'm going to just talk to y'all about Jesus, and I'll just have a debate with my old people that I debated. And he literally started putting up slides of old people he debated on Jesus and said, this is a Jesus debate. Now, I debated this guy back in 2017 about Jesus, and I had to mute my microphone because it was hard for me to watch. I was like, yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Now, I will admit, there's parts of my debate that were over people's heads, so they might not have known what I was talking about. But Jabari didn't have any part of his 3 rounds that had anything to do with Christ at all. And after I went through my 3rd round, it was so bad that Jabari had to pull out the Shabaka stone to try to start saying what I was saying. Oh, but I had already mentioned it in the 1st round when I'm breaking down standing waves. I'm explaining to people that this is what they're talking about Ptah creating the world with the heart and the tongue. And this is masonry. If anybody is a Mason, they understand that not only is Ptah the god of masonry, right? You can look that up. Ptah is the god or the patron of craftsmen, right? But we know it's craft Freemasonry, right? Ptah is the god of that. In Kemet, he's the Kemetic god. I want to be clear about this. Ptah is not the god of masonry like made up in a new kind of format. I'm saying in Kemet, Ptah is the god of masonry and craftsmen. So when you read the Shabaka stone, the things that are in the Shabaka stone, Masons actually study those things. Masons don't know that they're studying the Shabaka stone when they're doing their degree work. Masons don't know what they're studying. They know they're studying the Mason information that they have to study in order to get past their degrees test and all that. But that information, if you're a Mason, like if you're a Mason, right? Like there may be Masons watching and they go back and read the Shabaka stone, they're going to be like, oh, this is crazy. Like that's where the information comes from. Again, I said I would be dealing with the source of the sources. So this is why I'm explaining why in the Bible it says God created the world with the word. Because the word literally is what creates. When we go through the periodic table of elements, let me clarify that too. I'm trying to get off the phone because I got stuff going. I mean, get off the live. I got stuff going on in my life that I kind of need to deal with. But I want to say these things in the video before I get off, so that way, if people want to look this stuff up, they can. Right? Oh, here, I got this open still. Bet. Let's just do this. Let's go back to these, right? Let's do this real quick. Do electrons in atoms function as standing waves? All right, now we're going to do this here on what? Oh, okay, we good. We still cooking. All right, let me go to Chat GPT. Bam, we're going to do that on Chat GPT. And let me go over to Gemini and do the same thing on Gemini. right? I just want to make sure that we verifying all our information, right? In a variety of ways, in any kind of way that we could verify. See, when you got the real information, you don't got to be worried about, is it, how you going to, you know, we pull it up, whatever, however we're going to do it, right? So here, we ask in Gemini, do electrons and atoms function as standing waves? Yes, in quantum mechanics, electrons within atoms are fundamentally described as three-dimensional standing waves, also known as orbitals. This is Gemini. Let's go to ChatGPT. Do electrons and atoms function as standing waves? Short answer, yes. In quantum mechanics, electrons and atoms are described as standing waves, but not as literal vibrating strings in space. They are standing wave functions. Let's go to Perplexity. Perplexity says, electrons and atoms are described by standing wave-like quantum states, but they are not literally little waves of charge sloshing around in the nucleus. Wave picture and standing waves. In quantum mechanics, an electron in an atom is described by a wave function, and the allowed bound state are stationary states, which are mathematically standing wave solutions of the Schrodinger equation in the atomic potential. So again, I'm showing in the presentation, this is what's going way. They had no idea even. This is like, I'm looking like I'm an alien as I'm explaining this to them. All matter in the universe is composed out of the periodic table, right? All matter, periodic table of elements. The periodic table of elements, let's just pull that up. So we making sure everything is pulled up. Let's just make sure everything is pulled up. We're pulling up everything. Right? Okay. Bam. Okay. So when we look at a periodic table of elements, which is what all matter is made out of, all of these atoms are made out of standing waves. All of these atoms are made of standing waves. All of them are distinguished, right? Atoms are distinguished by three primary things: neutrons, protons, and electrons, right? Particularly the proton is how the periodic table is organized, right? The proton is the primary stabilizer of your electrons. The neutron is the primary stabilizer of the nucleus where the protons are. Protons determine pretty much how many electrons you're going to have in that atom. Electrons do the forming of compounds and molecules so that we have tangible matter, right? So when your ancestors say that the world was formed by the word, they're explaining to you the very same thing modern science is explaining to you when they say, oh yeah, everything is made out of atoms. And atoms are made out of standing waves. That's the same thing they're explaining to you when they tell you Ptah, or when they show you Re as the creator god, right? Because you have Ptah is in Memphis, right? So depending on which capital, they kind of created a different story or narrative to kind of explain. So you have the Kemenu over here, you have the Iunu over here, right? The Iunu is the Enid, you know, Atum and Shu and Tefnut. Now that became the most popular story, right? But Atum is combined with Re, right? So you have this same story about the word. Later on, it's transferred into the Bible. The world is created with the word. It's not people that are trying to ridicule religion, trying to ridicule your ancestors, trying to ridicule your tradition, whether your tradition is the Bible or Kemet or whatever you're trying to do. Like Jabari, because Jabari's a student of Blavatsky. They want to minimalize what it means. They want to say that the Bible is non-scientific. They want to say that Kemet is mythological, right? But I showed that even in the Bible, let me pull this up for you too. I showed even it's so much in this debate material. I promise you, I really don't blame them for not being able to understand all these things in one evening. Right? But I show even in the Bible, where is that at? I have it even in the Bible. Man, where is that slide? Because I wanted to show also that the resonant wave cavity or the vortexes are in the Bible, and then also that waves, standing waves, are in the Bible. Man, where did I put that? There's so many slides in here. I haven't heard my daughter sing in so many years. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. No. Man, where is that at? Because I definitely had it in here. Is it all the way back here? I don't think it's all the way up here. But let me run through here to see where it is. I'm telling you, I'm going to find it. It's in here somewhere. Y'all looking at this information so many times. Okay, here's where I talk about Osiris being green and black and how the pigment forms standing waves. That's how pigment forms. That's how pigment works. But we'll have that conversation another time. Okay, here we go right here. Biblical vortices and standing waves, right? So can you look up standing waves in the Bible? No, you have to look up seaches, right? Take this word and look this word up, right? Take that word and look that word up, right? I'm giving folks vocabulary, homework, and all kind of study material. Here's some more homework, right? So let's go here. All right, let's just do this. What are seaches? You see that? Did that pop up on your screen for you? A seach is a standing wave in an enclosed or partially enclosed body of water, like a lake or harbor, that causes the water level to oscillate back and forth, right? Seaches can also be triggered by earthquakes, tsunamis, or other events that disturb the water, right? Right here. You see it right here? Seaches can also be triggered by earthquakes, tsunamis, and other events that disturb the water. So again, when these folks is reading the Bible, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're reading. And the reason they don't know what's in the Bible is because they don't know what's in the Kemetic text. And the reason they don't know what's in the Kemetic text is because they don't know science. You can't understand Kemetic text if you don't understand science. You cannot, because you won't be able to see what's right in front of you. Like this. Standing waves are taught in the Bible. Bro, Jabari was taking notes the whole time. Jabari was a student. I turned Jabari into a student. Listen to what I'm telling you. I turned Jabari into, when you see the debate, you're going to see Jabari's taking notes. And by the end of the second round, Jabari has a, what's that thing Saneter be saying? The spirit of the Most High came upon Jabari. Listen, the spirit of the Most High came upon Jabari and started making Jabari tell the truth. He started saying, EnQi is correct with all this information, but he is not talking about Jesus. All of this Christ information is correct, but EnQi is not talking about Jesus.
Why does he keep saying that? He's saying everything I'm saying is correct, but I'm not talking about Jesus. And there's people in the chat that's like, yeah, EnQi, you ain't mentioned Jesus. I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, if I'm talking about the anointing process that made Jesus into Jesus Christ, I'm talking about Jesus, dum-dums. There is no Christ without the anointing process. So if we're discussing the anointing process, we're discussing Christ. The Christ from the Bible. Let's just make that clear for the dummies all the way in the back. But when we take that a step further, right? When we take that a step further, the flyer says Christ on it. He's like, yeah, but you were talking about the Christ in the Bible. Duh. I'm giving you the source material, which is what you're supposed to do in debates. So I'm really confused. I'm like, yo, how is source material? So is source material is no good in this debate? I'm like, yo, how many new rules did y'all come up with to try to get Jabari a W here? Like, so source material is ruled out. Every debate I've ever watched or been a part of, you're supposed to source the material. If we're talking about Christ, we're supposed to source Christ. What is Christ? It's a title. Well, how do you get the title? You have to be anointed. You have to go through the burial ritual, which is why Christ is then, after they put the thing and he does his last breath and releases his last words, which is the opening of the mouth ceremony, then what do? They bury him in a stone tomb, right? So that he can be resurrected. The whole process is there. The whole process is there. So I'm going to the source material of this. Ooh. I talk about the Old Testament because that's New Testament. So I go to the Old Testament, Saul, David, Aaron. I go through all that. I go back to Kemet. Then I come out of the Bible and go to the actual real sarcophagi that's found in the Gaza Strip. The clay coffins from Kemet, first dynasty, that's in the Gaza Strip, that proves beyond biblical narratives or anything that the burial rituals called Christ was exported to Canaan, Gaza, Israel in the first dynasty of Kemet. This is not the Greek Ptolemies. This is not Ptolemies and Alexander the Great and all that. This is first dynasty. This is Old Kingdom. This is not even Akhenaten. This is Old Kingdom. EnQi, you wasn't on the topic. We wanted to hear about Jesus. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry y'all wanted to hear about Jesus. I really apologize. But you didn't purchase a ticket for. Let me show y'all something else. Hold up. This video will be incomplete if I don't show y'all this. Let me show y'all something else. Hold on, Sai. You got some explaining to do, brother. Let me show y'all something else. Hold up. Wait a minute. We got to do this. We got to show this. We got to show this. I got to show y'all this. Let's add this up here. Wait, where's the screen? Is this? Where's my screen? Okay. There's so many screens up here. I done lost myself. Do y'all see this? Anybody who paid for the debate, you got this. If you paid for the debate, you got this. So this right here is the final proof of what the debate was. This is what people paid to see. Now, I don't know what they trying to say about how I tricked Jabari Osaze and told them this and that, and we was really supposed to discuss Jesus. The people paid to see this. When you paid, this is what you got. Jabari versus EnQi. Is Christ a literal and historical character, and is he the word of God? This is what actually came to you as your paid receipt, your ticket. That's your ticket. I was going to pull this up on Sai's page.
earlier when me and Sa went live. Sa didn't want me to talk. Yo, whatever they saying happened on this mysterious recorded phone call, what he agreed to is this, because this is what people paid for. Nobody paid to see me discuss Jesus. Nobody got a receipt that says they paid for me to debate Jesus. This is what they paid for. Anybody, let me ask a question into the chat real quick, because we still got people live in the chat. Did anybody in the chat pay for the debate and see the debate? Anybody in the chat? Is this what you got in your email? Anybody in the chat that actually paid for the debate? Did you get this? This is a listen. Nepal goes on everywhere she could go and tries to debunk me. I don't know why she does that, because me and Nepal are very cool, at least in real life. On the internet, I guess we're not as cool. We're ops on the internet, right? So she kept saying that, but Nepal was the one sending the links out. So if we were supposed to be debating Jesus and people paid to see a Jesus convo, she's sending these links out. That's what I got in my email. This is what I'm saying. Everybody that paid for the debate, this is the receipts they got. Nobody's receipt said Jesus. Nobody's receipt said Jesus. Nobody's receipt said Jesus. That is crazy. So listen, receipts. You know, when you're having an argument with something and somebody be like, yo, I got the receipts. No, listen to what I'm saying. You know, when you're going back and forth with somebody, they're like, yo, I got receipts. Bro. Everybody that saw the debate got receipts. Literally, like receipts. Everybody has receipts, bro. Receipts. I'm the Lord of receipts. Like Osiris is the Lord of Christ. I'm the Lord of the receipts. Like literally, all the receipts say this. All the receipts say this. If he changes the title, it's false advertisement. Bro, listen to what I'm saying at this point. Listen to what I'm saying at this point. At this point, the fact that I want to word this carefully because I still love Sa. I still love Sa. We're not falling out. I know a lot of people predicted, oh yeah, they cool for a little while, but they get ready to fall out and be banging and woo. Listen, I want y'all to be clear on this. I don't know what Sa got going on with Jabari. It's not kosher though. Whatever he got going on with Jabari, it's wild. They got some sort of arrangement where if Jabari wins, it's an official debate. If Jabari loses, there needs to be controversy created so that way we could schedule a rematch. Listen, the fact that Jabari conjured up a recording of the phone call, whether he recorded the call or not, the fact that Saneter said today he'll release the video, but he's going to change the title of the debate. How far you got to go to fake? Like, how far you got to go to pull this Vegas? How far you got to go to pull a fake Vegas? Like, yeah, this. So I got to post the whole debate unedited. Post the whole debate unedited. Let people see what was going on in there. After everybody shows their receipts. That's what we need to do. We need everybody to show them receipts. Yeah, you want to vote on the debate? Show your receipts. So that way we know you voting on this. We want people to vote on this. Vote on this. We don't want people to be voting on something else. Did EnQi talk about Jesus enough? No, we're not debating did EnQi talk about Jesus enough. We're not voting on did we talk about Jesus enough. We're voting on this. The receipts that people got when they paid their money. Because it is false advertisement if we're having another conversation. If we're debating about Jesus, it's false advertisement. So Sa is in his own trick bag. I'm going to call him and tell him that. Saneter is in his own trick bag. Either you did false advertisement on the people because you advertised the flyer for Christ. I didn't make the flyer. Next thing you know, they're going to be saying, I made the flyer. And let me tell you something. I didn't make the flyer, nor did I come up with the title. So that's another part. Jabari came up with the title of the debate. And then Saneter made the flyer. I want y'all to understand this. Hold up. Is that in the weigh-in? I believe that's in the weigh-in. I believe that's in the weigh-in. I think that's in the weigh-in. I got to stop talking to y'all so I can get off of this. But I'm almost certain that that's in the weigh-in. And we should pull that up. We should pull that up. Sorry, you in your own trick bag, brother. Because this is crazy. This really is crazy. Okay. Let me see here if I can find this. Because I'm almost certain that we discuss it in the weigh-in. That Jabari came up with the title of the debate and Sa made the flyers. So I didn't have nothing to do with that. Hold up. Is this not sharing properly? Hold up, man. Let me make sure we get this to share correctly. Share, boom, boom. Let's make sure we get this to share correctly. Narratives to also find value in the phone. You said the Bible conversation when we was on the phone, you said, but you kind of prefaced segue. Let me ask you, because you were saying you kind of prefaced, I don't know if you remember, but you kind of prefaced segueing into the Bible conversation when we was on the phone. You said the first thing you mentioned was you didn't think that it was possible that if I believed in Bible narratives to also find value in Kemet. And you prefaced that by saying that you yourself were a Christian for a long time and then you, for whatever reason, fell out with it, or you found out it was fake or debunked it or whatever, you didn't kind of specify that, but you said you moved on to Kemet after. Could you elaborate on that?
One of the things that you're not going to be able to do,
okay,
is frame my words in a way that is helpful for your argument.
Fine.
And let's start by saying, now, folks, I want you to listen carefully. I've been debating longer than anyone on Saneter's platform. I guarantee you that.
Okay.
And so I hear how people frame debates, how people frame arguments. He started by saying, you said that if people believe Bible narratives, that they cannot also believe.
No, you said that to me.
Tradition. I did not say if you believe the Bible narratives, you can't be. I mean, listen to the way that's framed. I said
you posed that to me as a debate question.
Wait. I'm talking about how you framed it. And okay. You know you did. That's why you're smiling. Look at your face. You're not slick enough for this, brother.
Let's provide the clarity. Do you think?
All right. That's why you're smiling, because you thought you were going to do this, and you weren't going to see that you were doing this, and then you're going to say, aha, and that's not how this works.
Go ahead.
I am sharper than that, EnQi.
Okay, go ahead. Do your thing.
Just admit that you set the lore, and I walked around it, and you said, okay, I have to set another.
You asked me something.
Let me finish.
Okay,
notice he said, if you believe in Bible narratives. Very, very vague. Extremely vague. I'm saying if you believe in a literal, historical Jesus Christ, who was crucified, died, and was buried, if you believe that he practiced miracles, if you believe, and I'm going to get to you on this, don't think I'm not on your back on this. If you believe in the Exodus, which Jesus also mentioned, if you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition.
You see that? This is why I had to show. I want y'all to understand how the whole inception. This is why I had to show the source of the sources. Because Jabari saying, if you believe in these biblical narratives, you can't believe in the Kemetic. The two are incompatible. I mean, you heard him say it. So I'm showing how one comes from the other. How could they be incompatible when one comes from the other? I want y'all to make sense of that at home. How could they be incompatible when one comes from the other?
Kemetic understanding, with Kemetic spirituality. That is what I said. So when you say Bible narratives, you're leaving it really vague. And I think that is one of those ways that you're going to try to stick some things in and say, Jabari said this. Look at what he's saying, y'all. And that's not what I said. So I want to be really clear about what I said. And by the way, let me say this really quickly. Tony Jones, Cipher 22, a person can be a source. No, the person's words are the source. If you don't understand that, stop typing and learn. Because that's not how that works. As a college professor, when I ask people to document where they get their ideas, they don't say, I got this idea from Professor Jones. If you did that, you would fail. That is not a source. A person's words that are documented can be used as a source.
Right.
So those of you who are arguing, yeah, a person can be a source. Brother, sister, whoever you are, you need to understand that you need to learn. That's not how this works. Because if a person is a source, then you would not need to provide a citation. You would not need to show what they said occurred. Or the source, they would say, oh yeah, it doesn't work like that anywhere. So that is how this works. And so and Cypher 22. And that
get all the perks with it.
Jabari is pretty slick with this thing that he does where he shifts uncomfortable parts of the conversation to the audience. So you got to watch for that. You can't interrogate a statement. You actually interrogate.
That performed miracles happened that were to.
If I believed in literal Bible narratives that I could not find value in Kemet. And so you said, and I said, okay, well, great, let's debate that. And then you said, well, that's kind of obtuse, using your exact words. That's kind of obtuse. We need more specificity around it. So let me, work, see what we do. And then we eventually threw it out. But just now you gave a lot more detail. You added in a lot more color and detail. And so I'm wondering how it is that, how do I phrase this? Correct me. I don't want to mess up. Correct me. So if you're saying that if a person believes in Bible narratives, literal Bible narratives, okay, this is where we go into the chakras. They can't.
So much clarity, and then you went on to.
But then we went left with the whole.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this again. Let's believe in that the life of Jesus is thing to me, and I'm going to correct position is incompatible. I certainly wouldn't call them chakras. Okay. I certainly wouldn't call them chakras. No.
I'm trying to get an understanding because what you're saying is, and feel free to jump in and correct me. So you were practicing Christianity.
There are 3 standards that we work by. You have never read C.W. Ledbetter. You have never, I'm going to say, how dare you?
So you got about 20 years in Christianity. You did get a degree from this school. Okay, this is where Jabari was infuriated. I'm trying to find this part where in the Saharaha, the Saharasa believes in the Bible traditions, or that
he did none of that. And then he says, well, the color system is modern. Okay.
To try to soften the blow. They come from Madame Blavatsky, brother. That's where they come from.
Hold on, y'all. Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Y'all looking at EnQi like
this is sad. By the way, why should I expect him to do it now?
Christ, ladies and gentlemen, hey, put me on the big seat, sir. The Christ.
I want you to ask a question because he ain't got that much time.
Is a literal historical person.
Not your turn to talk. You interrupt more than anybody else. You hate, since your community is largely composed of literal and historical character, and is Christ the Word.
All right.
So it's not possible for me to use chakras as a part of that discussion. If you need me to answer that, like, it's not possible. Your video must have froze.
In regards for chakras.
Of course
because
not.
The chakras. And then you said no. Okay, they get lost. We get lost into discussing the chakras. But in the video, and I have it. I got the text messages. I got the whole conversation. So if need be, that could become a part of the conversation. But yeah, Jabari comes up with the topic and Saneter makes the flyer. Jabari creates the topic, is Christ, blah, 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 blah. Saneter makes the flyer. I don't do either. I just came to debate the topic that Jabari created and Saneter put on the flyer and sold the tickets for. Control F, then search by word. Can you search by word in a video? That would be crazy if you could search by word in a video. Let me see. Control F. Let me see what happens. I'm going to try this. Control F. Yeah, you can't search no video like that. I know about Control F to search documents, but you can't use that in the video. Brother, listen, I don't need to clip it. It's in this video. This whole video is a clip. This whole video is a long clip of pure madness. But listen, beyond any of these other things, we have the receipts. Remember that. And when I say receipts, I don't mean like a hypothetical thing. I mean, we have the receipts. What? Now, how do you do that? Yeah, I don't know how to do that. That's interesting. He said, if you look at the transcript to the video, show transcript. Okay, now, flyer. Oh, very interesting. Oh, this opens up a new, this is slick right here. Oh my goodness. We can search very fast with this. Y'all done gave me a new, this is crazy. Y'all done gave me a new weapon on the internet. Hold up. Y'all done gave me a brand new weapon on the internet. This is crazy. I had no idea. I had no idea that something such as this. Hold up. Hit the transcript. And let's go. Oh my goodness. Wait. Okay, I gotta play with this because I don't know how to do this exactly. Why does it keep going down here? Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. That is a very new weapon in my toolkit. Yo, that is crazy. Yo, that is nasty work right there. That is nasty work. And that is nasty work right there.
It's hot, woo, woo. Don't get burnt, woo. Talking crazy, we gods and we turn. We spit fire, woo, woo. We spit fire, woo, woo. We spit fire, woo, woo. Just cause you know the mental nature don't mean you cracking the lecture. Got a scroll, but like the measure, no biology in your texture. Quantum illiterate, fumbling digit. Biochemistry, now you ain't with it. I pen 200 books, that's my merit. Wisdom in my spirit, you can't inherit. You goofy, stop the glazing. On God, your hate's amazing. We shine torch blazing. Your ego rearranging. It's hot, woo. Don't get burnt, woo. Talk it, cause we gods and we turn. We spit fire, woo, woo. Sharper than obsidian, cut through lies, truth, amphibian. Writing these verses like scripture divine. Each word a star, the cosmos align.
One if light electric, two if light magnetic, three if it's prophetic. Standing waves kinetic. Standing waves and throats, vibrations choke. Standing waves and stars, tracing where we are. Nature, dust and jar, blue magic avatar. Standing away from afar, echoes where you spark. One if light electric, two if light magnetic, three if it's prophetic. Standing waves kinetic. A word is standing, a mission, quantum repetition. Sitting on a dock, traveling waves, fishing. Brandon sage with a standing wave. The grand amaze, wave your hands in praise. The man in the arena, live stream demeanor. Dumb man on stage, cryptic cage, still a dreamer. Strings vibrating, nice cathedral, holy fever. Beatbox whispers, ghostly weaver. One if light electric, two if light magnetic, three if it's prophetic. Stand with ghost kinetic.
I love Dr. EnQi.
Pages that higher than a skyscraper in Dubai. Think you're Pharaoh, but your logic just died. Reading Metro Next, you can't decode the cell divide. Photosynthesis got you mystified. Oh God, I'm doing with the pen. F equal my, y'all featherweights again. Tryna flex hieroglyphs, but can't solve for X. In the matrix of science, you stuck in text. I orbit knowledge, you barely a satellite. Out here glazing, chasing shadows in the night. If you don't speak science, you don't speak chemistry. Reading hieroglyphic, but you scientific illiterate. If you don't speak science, you don't speak human. Reading hieroglyphic, but you scientific illiterate. Yeah, I wrote 200 books, what you bring to the shelf, yeah. Your bio's blank, just a glitch in yourself. You claim quantum, but you basic in the scheme. Wave particle duality, your brain still a meme. Don't get me started on chemistry, my IG. Covalent bonds tighter than your weak theories. Stop.
We sort of developed the title together. And I disagreed with some of what EnQi said. He disagreed with some of what I said.
Uh-oh. Wait, I need to go get Saneter's sound effects. Saneter got the uh-oh sound effect, right? Uh-oh. I think this is an uh-oh moment. What is this right here?
Said we went back and forth on it. And so we came up with that. I honestly think the second part of this debate is kind of like, I don't know where we're going, but I'm going to do it. And EnQi's going to see the level of my scholarship here. Not just my ideas, because I think I hear EnQi often share ideas. But just a second.
And talk to me, man.
Well, I want to say that I didn't come up with the title. We sort of developed the title together. And I disagreed with some of what EnQi said. He disagreed with some of what I said.
Until somebody be able to take your title, you the conversation. Not wasting any time. Dr. EnQi, would you like to start off the conversation?
No, I let Jabari do his thing.
Okay, so let me come to Jabari. Jabari, I said before you got on, if I was you, I would have taken EnQi into deep water and made him have a scientific debate. A scientific debate. That's what I would have did. But we are here, and you came with the title, Is Christ a historical, is Christ a literal and historical character? And EnQi added, is Christ the Word? So
oh my goodness. What? Oh my goodness. What did we just see here? What did we just see here? Did y'all hear that? Saneter said Jabari came up with the title. I'm blood clotting that. I'm blood clotting this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now I need you to unban Jay Lenz. Oh man, you know what? Jay Lenz is not banned. He just timed out. So at some point his timeout will run out and then he'll be fine. Jay Lenz be dropping dime, and over here we hot right now. We on the block. We doing, you know what I mean? You down with us. You in the mix with us. You over here scrambling, holding packages. You out here with the hammer and all. You with the Draco. Listen, this right here is crazy. Uh-oh, wait a minute. All right, my bad, y'all. I was on the phone with Sa just now. Yo, I was on the phone with Sa just now because this right here is nasty work. This is crazy right here. This is nasty, nasty work right here, family. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe Hotep, you have, man, listen, wherever Saint HJ is, may blessings go upon our Saint HJ. Hotepistan, I love y'all. This was magnificent. This hit the transcript with the control F. Oh, that's crazy. Yo, this is wild right here. This is wild. I don't know if Sa or Jabari can get out of this. This is crazy.
With the title, Scientific Debate. Have taken, start off the conversation until somebody be able to let me know. You the champ right now. You calling until somebody be able to take your title. You call.
Wait a minute. He said, Jabari, you the champ. You calling the shots. Yo, Jabari, you the champ. You calling the shots.
Calling the shots right now. So EnQi is here. Jabari is here. Let me let this conversation flow without wasting any time. Dr. EnQi, would you like to start off the conversation?
No, I let Jabari do his thing.
Okay, so let me come to Jabari. Jabari, I said before you got on, if I was you, I would have taken EnQi into deep water and made him have a scientific debate. A scientific debate. That's what I would have did. But we are here, and you came with the title, Is Christ a historical, is Christ a literal and historical character? And EnQi added, is Christ the Word? So let's get it in. Talk to me, man.
Well, I want to say that I didn't come up with the title. We sort of developed the title together. And I disagreed with some of what EnQi said. He disagreed with some of what I said. We went back and forth on it. And so we came up with that. I honestly think the second part of this debate is kind of like, I don't know where we're going, but I'm going to do it. And EnQi's going to see the level of my scholarship here. Not just my ideas, because I think I hear EnQi often share ideas, but actually, and I disagreed with some of what EnQi said. He disagreed with some of what I said. We went back and forth on it.
And made him have a, that's what our title, is Christ a historical, is Christ a, we are here, and you came with the title, but we are here, and you came with the title, is Christ a historical, is Christ a literal and historical character? And
he was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the source.
So let's be clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Bitches moving silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this pool's full. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder? How to get away with murder? There's a murder one. There's a murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie plot, a twist so sharp it ties the knot. A body bag in the body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence, don't blame me, just believe us. This was murder one. This was murder one. Yeah. How they get away with murder? This was murder one. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. This a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped a science of tone related to Ray hieroglyph and the Shabaka stone. By the third, Jabari was a gunner. Punch drunk, walking into the wrong corner. He started teaching EnQi, let Jabari fold it under pressure. Jabari tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, expose his devil worshiping wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in infancy. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The nature we're peeling this, you feeling this? Woo! Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead. You can't win on a technicality. You ran into Mickey and Mallory. Jabari was dead on arrival. The intro was viral. You are one in a million, true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder? Murder, murder. How to get away with murder? Murder, murder. This was murder one. This was murder one. Natures move in silence, they don't make a sound. No. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp? Are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this pool's full. You are one in a million, a true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. This was murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie. A twist so sharp, it ties a knot. A body bag in a body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence, don't blame me, just believe us. How to get away with murder? This was murder one. Christ a teacher brought a knife to a gunfight, tried to shoot a shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped the science atone. Related to it, we have a good. Pottery tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me exposed as devil worshiping wizardry. You knew he was gonna lose in a risen. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry, connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The natural appeal in this. You feeling this? Woo! Jabari there.
Remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Don't me through the cash app, please. Super chat, get the books, hit the website, react. Don't me through the cash app, please. Super chat, get the books, hit the website, react. Don't me through the cash app, please. CMB, we all we got. Hickory dickory dog, tossins ran out your clock. Your Glock tried to stop, now you want a deep top. Hickory dickory dog, herbs turn the sickly to rot. Reproduce, have a fly, get chicken savage caught. Punch the clock, get the worm on the block. What's the turn? Glory me through the cash app.
I love you, Dr. EnQi.
Yeah. Best that ever did it. Living legend in the mix. You been around longer than me, it ain't it. Stop playing with my name. Stop playing with my name. Best that ever did it. Living legend in the mix. You been around longer than me, it ain't it. Stop playing with my name. Stop playing with my name. You a quantum illiterate. I don't consider it. 200 books I pen, still you don't get a bit. Met you natural on your shelf, but your brain ain't flipped the page. Talk about forces of life, but can't even get on me. Glazing on God, stop the mirage. Think you deep, but your mind's in a shallow garage. Clothed in shadows, fake wise like a mirage. While I'm building towers, you're just massaging the facade. Best that ever did it. Living legend in the mix. You been around longer than me, and it is. Stop playing with my name. Stop playing with my name. Best that ever did it. Reading natures, calling forces divine, but can't explain the force of line in your spine. Got 808 stumping, my cadence divine. Why you stumble through syllables? I'm stacking my shrine. Human beatbox under the glow of the moon. Bass guitar hums, turn the room to a tune. So sample loops, it's the ghost in the room. Why your words fall flat, mind blooming, consume. He's a movie star. He's a movie star. He's a movie star. He's just who we are. I can be well dressed, still be conscious. Name brand stitched in a game that's monstrous. Switched illegal plans for hers, now we're healing. Pages turning faster than a globe, I'm revealing. Books of food versus vitamins for the mind. The clock ticks, but my grind rewinds. Pray for my safety, they hate me relentless. Let your guide me, my steps are fierceless. He's a movie star. He's a movie star. It's just who we are. I'll be outside, but my spirit ain't sure. Flipping scripts in the night like a holy book. Win or lose, we pushing peace, that's the creed. Garden of ambition, we planting every seed. My woman strong, her a crown of jewels. On God, she's the answer when life's cruel. Eyes like stained glass, soul like the ocean. Confident strides, she moves in slow motion. Who we name, Mr. Gucci frame. Comedic Kabbalah with the Sufi game. Preaching vegan, eating sushi lane. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Verses turn to lecture, sermons in the cipher. Stay down, hustling, no choice but to decipher. Switch illegal plans for her, kill the pain. Destroy the block once, now we building it again. Who we name, Mr. Gucci frame. Comedic Kabbalah with the Sufi game. Preaching vegan, eating sushi lane. The world on my shoulders, Atlas in the mirror. Book stacked high, mind sharper, vision clearer. 200 books, building minds fast. 10 songs for each book, stacking futures from the past. In the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Alone in the crowd, my thoughts loud, my thoughts loud. Happening too fast, pray for my safety, eyes on my back. You know they hate me, the natural, watching me closely, no slack. Every move calculated, no room to backtrack. Who we name, Mr. Gucci frame. Comedic Kabbalah with the Sufi game. Preaching vegan, eating sushi lane. Need my woman comfortable in her own skin. She my peace, my shelter, my life from within. Church violins, cry strings, pluck the ache. Soul samples, whisper truths I can't fake. He's a movie star. He's a movie star. He's a movie star. It's just who we are. I can be well dressed, still be conscious. Name brand stitched in the game, that's monstrous. Switch illegal plans for hers, now we healing. Pages turning faster than the globe, I'm revealing. Books of food versus vitamins for the mind. The clock ticks, but my grind rewinds. Pray for my safety, they hate me relentless. Let your root guide me, my steps defenseless. He's a movie star. He's a movie star. It's just who we are. I'll be outside, but my spirit ain't sure. Flipping scripts in the night like a holy book. Win or lose, we pushing peace, that's the creed. Garden of ambition, we planting every seed. My woman strong, her aura crown of jewels. On God, she's the answer when life's cruel. Eyes like stained glass, soul like the ocean. Confident strides, she moves in slow motion. Who we name, Mr. Gucci frame. Comedic Kabbalah with the Sufi game. Preaching vegan, eating sushi lane. He's
electron, proton, unity so cute to me. The wave is their community. God's living in you and me. God's living in you and me. The gods exist, the gods are actual, unless you dumb, deaf and blind. Brain on sabbatical, from electric boogie to electric body. Double slit hobby, photon golly. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Get it? Get it? Body is body. Electron, proton, unity so cute to me. The wave is a community. God's living in you and me. God's living in you and me. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. African American in a foreign car. Wheel spin, prayers, rims, hum songs. Baptized in the neon calm. Universe hums, slow and steady. God's dance when the heart stays ready. Hum of the strings, echo of the beat. Heaven ain't far, it's under your feet. Quantum speaks in a silent shout. What's within is what's without. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. African American in a foreign car. Rims shining, thinking you know the status. At 90 miles per hour, they aurora borealis. Humanity, both the unity, so cute to me. God's living in you. Electron, proton, unity, so cute to me. The wave is their community. God's living in you and me. God's living in you and me. The gods exist, the gods are actual, unless you're dumb, deaf and blind. Brain on sabbatical, from electric boogie. Does it trouble you we fresh? Worry you we blessed? Shame on you. WTF? Does it trouble you we fresh? Worry you we blessed? Shame on you. WTF? I can be well dressed and still be conscious. Drip so heavy it's a lockness. Name brands part of the game plan. Still I'm moving sharp like a blade fan. Who he? Name.
Make sure y'all get the book and tune in.
Does it trouble you we fresh? Worry you we blessed? Shame on you. WTF? Does it trouble you we fresh? Worry you we blessed? Shame.
Make sure y'all get the book and then go to the playlist so you can listen to the soundtrack.
Does it trouble you we fresh? Worry you we blessed? Shame on you. WTF? Does it trouble you we fresh? Worry you we blessed? Shame on you. WTF? I can be well dressed and still be conscious. Drip so heavy it's a lockness. Name brands part of the game plan. Still I'm moving sharp like a blade fan. Who he? Name Mr. Gucci frame. Hermetic Kabbalah with the Sufi gang. Preaching, vegan eating, sushi lane. Spirit clean, ain't a speck on my name. Pray for my safety, they hate me, Necheru. God, I be outside, what they finna do? Does it trouble you, we fresh? Worry you, we blessed. Shame on you, WTF. Does it trouble you, we fresh? Worry you, we blessed. Shame on you, WTF. Healing the hood, yeah, I patched the cracks. Stitch the seams with the strings, bring the violin back. Soul samples hum where the halos lack. Ops lurking, but I move like a stealth attack. Energy ancient, hieroglyphic cadence. They hating on the globe, but my aura's so blatant. Playing chess while they scrabble, no patience. Blessings hit like drums in the basement. Does it hurt to see me rise? Falsetto floating, cutting through the skies. They can't cage what's divine. Human beatbox, heart keeping time.
So let's be clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, the source of the sources, the source of the sources.
All I do is win for you, win for you, win for you. All I do is win for you. Promise I'll see it through. All I do is win for you, win for you. Slide for the way, my pen don't sleep. Up nights, no rest, right in for the deep. Eternal present, infinite space. American Hillerdot website trace. Traveling waves, they formed and break. On God, Medusa standing way to way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Medu is Christ, the truth engraved. Christ, the wave, the souls it saved. All I do is win for you, win for you, win for you. All I do is win for you. Promise I'll see it through. All I do is for you, win for you. Translating Medu, nature in the light. Science, the bridge, the stars ignite. Bring the natural back to the day. The essence eternal, that meaning won't fade. Traveling waves from standing still. On God, the Medu moves hearts. It will. Riding for the way, the true divine. Ancient tongues and
Melanin versus diabetes. We here. Melanin versus diabetes. We here. Time to make magic, baby.
rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise. A wave becomes a particle, the sphere holds the flame. Disorder bursts the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings.
why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.